Ring's closing in 1.
Ring's not close, and we've only got 45 seconds. Let's go. Allons-y.
Chin up! Get that engine coming!
Care package coming in.
Contact with hostile.
Locking position. Defending here. Solid copy.
50% of the squad have been eliminated.
Heads up. Dropping the plane.
I am the down. Recharging my...
I am taking fire, friend. I am down. Optics here. Close range.
"45 seconds. Ring ain't far."
Fastest second. Rings close.
Hostile. Danger close.
Stop that.
Folks, enemies here.
Enemies out.
Healing. Watch my back. Throwing thermite. Healing. Watch my back. Respawn. Taking a hit. Passing up. Half the squad's gone. Time to smoke them.
meow, meow, meow.
Hold on tight. It's time to reposition again.
I know I'm looking over here. I spotted an enemy.
And we got first blood.
I'm the jump master. Don't worry, I'll take care of it.
Lifting the bolt forces the cocking piece to the rear, partially cocking the action. The cocking piece rides along a
First blood already. That's what happens when you get too excited.
All right, round one. Beginning ring countdown. Champions eliminated. Champion out.
Going up for some shopping? My favorite kind of loot.
Ladies,
The kind that's
kill
all
leader of
mine.
New kill leader. They're getting cocky, they're getting sloppy.
We've got a long way to go and a minute to do it. Let's go. Remember who hooked you up? I've got your back.
Half the squads are down. There's a fool killed every minute.
45 seconds. Ring ain't close. Double time, people.
Extended sniper mag here. Level 3. Supply bin here.
Ring's loading. Let's see some movement, shall we?
The ring is moving for live fighters. No one is inside.
Chariot awaits. Let's not linger.
I am happy to ride beside you, Andrade.
Ramp in the
An internal combustion engine transforms the chemical energy in fuel to mechanical energy. Diesel engines, which have been serving mankind for over a century, are the most versatile and economical IC engines. To release the chemical energy in diesel effectively, an atomized form of the fuel is made to
Shields of recharge.
All father, give me sight.
Heads up.
contact with high temperature and high pressure air. This energy is effectively transferred as mechanical rotational energy. So the operation of a diesel engine is all about producing high temperature and high pressure air continuously. We will see how this is achieved in this video. Piston, connecting rod, crank, and cylinder form a mechanism called slider crank mechanism. Here, the linear motion of the piston is transformed to a rotary motion at the crank. In an IC engine, this mechanism is properly supported in an engine block.
Time to put some lead down.
Cylinder head, valves, and fuel injector are fitted above the engine block.
It's about to heat up around here.
When the piston moves downwards, inlet valves open and fresh air from outside is sucked in. Or, in other words, the engine breathes.
Hey, stay on me. I'm the jump master.
During the return stroke, inlet and exhaust valves are closed, and the air inside the cylinder gets compressed. During the compression stroke, the piston does work on the air. So the temperature and pressure of the air will rise to a level which is higher than the self-ignition value of the diesel.
Jump faster.
An atomized form of diesel is injected into this compressed air.
Here we go. Ready up.
The fuel gets evaporated and undergoes an uncontrolled, spontaneous explosion. As a result, the pressure and temperature rise to high-level values. The high-energy fluid pushes the piston downward. The hot air does work on the piston and
Beginning ring countdown.
We're inside the ring.
Listen up. Where did you kill me? Let's see how long this lasts.
You're looking at the new kill leader. Oh, what a rush.
Hold on to your knickers, ladies. New kill leader appointed.
New kill leader. Not for long, pal. Shotgun bolt here. Level 2.
I need an extended light mag.
Faster, faster, faster!
I need light ammo.
Healing up. Eyes are open now.
I got some bad guys here.
Let's check out this area.
Ring moving. Run, run, run.
We're inside the ring. One less thing to worry about.
Voltex here. Mid-range. Evo shield here. Level 2.
I could use that. Explore this way.
Here, take it,
Got time.
Should I
They're
see
back in
photos
here, so
in
wait.
Neffy's name?
range.
Smashes here. Very rare. Strong incendiary rounds.
It's go time! Morning thing is over. Forget I said anything.
Need a hop up. Turbocharger.
Let's go over here. Watch your kneecaps. Gonna blow up this hold.
Hostile right here.
Evo shield here.
Reloading.
Come on in. Whole painless is ready.
Go faster! Aki, hurry! We will be gifted with victory.
No cluster foxtrots in my unit. Let's run this.
Your maw's about to get a little unladylike.
You might as better put on your sunnies. It's about to heat up round here. This is your champion. Not bad, not bad. For a syndicate dog.
Get ready. I'm coming for you, friend.
Reckon we ought to land over there, darling.
I say we land here.
Aye. Here's a good spot to touch down.
Battle lies below.
Hey, will you get your bahookies in the ring?
Target spotted.
Looks like you got a new kill leader.
Your kill leader? Reload, dinner Reload.
Confirm kill.
Oh, brilliant kill. Just brilliant.
Shot fires at me.
Reloading.
Fight alone and die quick. Last of the enemy squad has perished.
Off the mic. Who's running?
I have fallen. Down the hostile and Scotty.
Reload. On your feet, darling. Plenty of light left in you. All those numbers are down for the count.
Half the squads are left.
Healing my wounds. The ring is close. Time graces us.
Pay attention. Dropship up there.
Heal it up.
30 seconds. Use arrow shot away.
Heal it up. Anyone need a pick me up? They're shooting at me.
Closing.
Reload.
Let's see some
Reloading.
movement,
I
shall
down the
we?
hostile.
Killed it.
Shots fired at me.
Reload.
Reloading. Calling upon nature's strength. Eyes up. Grenade. Arc star set.
Flinging thermite. Just need a wee pick me up.
We're taking fire. I don't have time.
Taking a wee bit of damage.
Looks like you got a new kill there.
Our enemies have met their fate. That squad is out.
Care package incoming. Some of you ain't looking like you need it.
I have been named the kill leader. Care package on high. Favor from the gods.
Rejuvenating.
I'm going over there. Enemy over there.
Copy that.
I want to keep a lookout here.
Rejuvenating.
Throwing arc star.
Fancy a stroll this way.
Marking our surroundings.
I think we could all use a pick me up.
Double time.
Extended heavy mag here. Level
That
2.
would come in handy.
Gotta hop up here.
Oh, somebody's already opened it.
Medkit here. Medkit here.
Ring's moving. Better run for it. Care package being delivered. Should I send
I'm
bottles
looking
of
for
nappies?
sniper ammo.
Syringe here.
That's what I'm looking for sniper optics. I need heavy ammo.
Peacekeeper here.
I hear you.
Norway is embarking on the largest roadway infrastructure plan in its history. In fact, it may be the largest road revamp in the entire world. With a budget of $47 billion, this new coastal highway is going to connect areas of Norway that used to take 21 hours to travel between. It's going to bypass 7 different ferry crossings and cut travel time down by half. But how exactly is this possible? Well, by essentially creating the world's first ever floating highway. From state-of-the-art floating tunnels to how they're dealing with safety concerns. Here's a look inside Norway's ambitious new project. The almost 700-mile trip between the Norwegian cities of Kristiansand in the south and Trondheim in the north typically runs about 21 hours if you're traveling at an average of 30 miles an hour. That's over $200 in gas for a small car to travel just one way. Since 60% of Norway's exported goods are produced in the west coast, where a third of Norway's population also lives, there's a lot of traveling between cities to keep the country running. But with a new multi-billion-dollar road project, Norway hopes to cut travel times and the cost of gas to get there in half. With 7 different ferry crossings along the way, getting around Norway is anything but a piece of cake, especially when you realize that each crossing can take about 45 minutes and cost about $16. Tourists may enjoy the scenic route, but those traveling for business or even medical purposes aren't big fans of taking the long way. Fortunately, there will soon be a shortcut, thanks to the development of the new Coastal Highway Route E39. This $47 billion infrastructure project aims to replace the ferries with bridges and to create conventional tunnels as well as what could be the world's first floating tunnel to form the highway. The submerged roadway is essentially a pair of concrete tubes submerged about 100 feet below the water's surface. This new and more predictable transport system will be of great benefit to Norway's national economy. It'll connect cities in ways they haven't been before and create new patterns of habitation for the people living there. These new roads will also shorten the path to reach hospitals, jobs, and schools, creating a more stable and diverse economy and a lot of happy commuters. Norway also hopes that the new highway will increase their population. Some areas, like Tysons, a region of rural municipalities located on an archipelago off the coast, have lost over 50% of their population in the last century due to inaccessibility. The trend of population loss is continuing across Scandinavia. There are many benefits to restructuring the E39, but preliminary estimates show that the required investments and improvements will cost much more than the $47 billion highway budget. They estimate it could even be as much as 340 billion Norwegian krona or $38 billion US extra. So why exactly does Norway want to embark on this crazy floating tunnel strategy instead of just making more bridges? Norway has a few environmental issues with making roads. First, the harsh weather conditions can be unpredictable, with roads often closing and ferries having to cancel their departure last minute due to snow, heavy winds, or high waves. This leads to people driving for hours only to be turned away at crossings and forced to put their plans on hold. Norway is also home to many deep fjords, which makes things like bridges necessary. But they can have a huge impact on the environment and be unsafe in those harsh weather conditions. To decrease environmental impact and maintain Norway's natural beauty, the best and most efficient highway is the one that's almost completely hidden. With this in mind, the innovative new design Norway is going with is known as a Submerged Floating Tube Bridge, or SFTB. Ariana Minaretti, a chief engineer in the Norwegian Public Roads Administration, told CBC that some stretches they have studied will have average-sized tunnels of about 5 to 6 kilometers long.
Year after year, we often hear that the world has produced more billionaires than ever before. And that's certainly the case for last year. According to Forbes, the world held 2,095 people within the uber-rich category altogether in 2020. But which nations house the most out of them all? Well, that's what we're going to explore today. We'll see what sort of increase these select billionaire-rich nations had in their ranks and how much money the wealthy individuals collectively hold. We'll also explore some of these countries' richest and most famous billionaires and explore how they've made their vast fortunes. So let's get started. Kicking off our video is the Eastern European nation, Russia. In 2010, Russia had 61 billionaires. Then by 2020, that number jumped by 38 to 99. Those 99 people are sitting on a collective net worth accounting to $385 billion. This figure is actually a drop from the previous year by $35 billion. Spread across the whole country, the average monthly net salary after tax is pretty low in Russia. According to Numbero, Russian people only bring in about $456, one of the lowest in Europe, while the highest in the world is Switzerland with nearly $6,100. The richest person in Russia at the time of writing this, Alexei Mardashov. Before his vast wealth, Mardashov was working as the finance director at a steel mill. The owners asked him to purchase shares to keep the company from being operated by an outsider. So he created investment funds in order to purchase employee shares for himself. After that, Mardashov helped to build the mining and steel.
Looks like this area has been compromised. Frag out. Frag out. Frag Give my shields a reach out.
Company, Servistall. For 19 years, he operated as CEO, but by 2015, Mardashov stepped down and instead became chairman. Today, he has a net worth of $29.3 billion. Yet Vladimir Potanin is nipping at his heels with a net worth of $27.2 billion. While not as worthy as Mardashov, one of Russia's famous billionaires is Roman Abramovich. The Russian and Israeli billionaire originally made his fortune from the steel industry. He then grew to fame once he purchased Chelsea Football Club in the English Premier League. He reportedly paid £140 million, or $194 million, back in 2003. From then until 2019, Abramovich has pumped around £1.13 billion, or $1.56 billion, into the club. This has been spent on high-profile player transfers and wages, facility upgrades, and more. The purchase soon had a good effect on the club as they began collecting titles in England and Europe. Currently, Abramovich has a net worth of $14.6 billion. India has more than doubled their number of billionaires since 2010. Back then, they had collected 49 of the ultra-rich. By 2020, they had 102, an increase of 53 billionaires. However, it hasn't all been smooth sailing. Over the decade, the number has increased and decreased in intervals. Today, the number of billionaires in the Asian country has 313 billion between them, which is 93 billion less than what they had the year before. While the rich are doing well in the country, the inequality between them and the average citizens increased. In 2017, Oxfam examined the figures across the globe. In India, the richest 1% owned 58% of the country's wealth the year prior, higher than the average globally of 50%. In the following year, that figure increased to 73%. The current title holder of India's richest person belongs to Mukesh Ambani, and he probably won't be losing that achievement anytime soon. In fact, with his net worth of $84.5 billion, it would take the combined net worths of India's second, third, and fourth richest to just about beat Ambani's. Ambani made his fortune due to running the Fortune Global 500 company, Reliance Industries. This company has a lot of fingers and a lot of pies, but primarily they've made their cash from energy, petrochemicals, and telecommunication, the latter of which has heavily relied on the 4G phone service, Jio. In the past year, a third of Jio was sold to investors that generated more than $10 billion for Ambani. The person in second place is Gautam Adani. Currently, he's working with a net worth of $38 billion. Originally, he started his career as a diamond investor. Then in 1988, conglomerate He later purchased Abbott Point, a coal mining terminal in Australia that's received some negative publicity recently. Last year, the coal terminal received a bill of...
Let's go this way.
Taking a moment to heal.
Catching up.
Last one in the squad. We clean up good.
Reloading. Healing. Watch my back. Healing. Watch my back.
With 106.8 million Australian dollars, or 82 million American dollars in damages. Now we have the nation with the most billionaires in Europe, Germany. At the start of 2010, the country contained 52 billionaires. By 2020, that number increased by 55 to 107 altogether. However, this is actually a decrease from the previous year. During 2019, Germany had 114 billionaires. The total net worth of the current crop of Germany's elite amounts to 447 billion, a decrease of 54 billion from 2019. These figures do relate to the rise in wealth across Germany through the past decade. During 2019, the Deutsche Bundesbank released the results of their study on household wealth in Germany. They found that between 2014 to 2017, the average net wealth of people increased by 18,300 euros. That's nearly $22,000. The richest person in Germany is actually held by two people, Beth Heister and her brother, Karl Albrecht Jr. They are the children of Karl Albrecht, who, along with his brother Theo, founded the discount supermarket chain Aldi. After returning from World War II, the future reclusive billionaires Theo and Karl found their mother's corner shop still standing.
Let's go this way.
I hear ya.
Hostile. Danger close.
Close enough to smell the teardrops. Right back here. Level 3.
Listen up, Dee. Things close.
Stuck one. One down.
Recharging shields. Using Phoenix kit.
Care package coming your way?
Nothing does me better than an LMG. Got a care package.
Taking a minute. Charging up.
Turn it up. Hold on.
So they took over and began to build their empire. However, by the 1960s, the two fell out. Theo took control of the stores in northern Germany and mainland Europe, which became Aldi Nord, while Karl had the stores in southern Germany, as well as the rights for America, Australia, and Britain, which became Aldi Süd. Today, Albrecht Jr. and Heister now have a collective net worth of 39.3 billion. Another retail magnate and the second wealthiest person in Germany is Dieter Schwarz. He currently sits on a net worth of $37.3 billion, which is a lot of money. Originally working with his father at his discount store company Schwarz & Little, Dieter would take full control of the company after his father's passing in 1977 under the company Schwarz Group. From there, the Little franchise began to grow. He even created the hypermarket chain Kaufland. Schwarz is extremely protective of his privacy. Even today, there's only a handful of photographs of the businessman. In 2019, Forbes stated that Little has a worldwide...
Let's reposition here.
sales amounting to $115 billion.
Saw someone out there. Stay focused. notch on the belt.
Oh, we got someone.
Arc start out.
You're looking at the new kill leader now.
China had the biggest jump in the number of billionaires from any country. In 2010, they had just 64 of the elite rich in their borders. Yet by 2020, that figure increased by 325. They now hold 389 billionaires. Don't you want to be friends with all of them? I don't know if that would help. Give it a shot. That's an increase of 508%. From all of this, the uber rich in the country have a collective net worth of 1.2, here we go, trillion dollars. Our first trillion on the list. On top of this, from the previous year 2019, this is the first country in the video that has increased their net worth. It increased by 220 billion, while for its millionaires from 2019 to 2020, the country added a further 1.3 million of those as well. The rise in the wealthy is likely down to the rise of income for the nation's citizens. In 2019, on average, they were bringing in around $14,400 per year, while in 2011, it was around $6,500. The current leader of the nation's richest is Zhang Shanshan. He primarily...
Let's check out this area.
He made his fortune in the soft drink industry by founding Nongfu Spring. As a result, he currently has a net worth of $68.9 billion. Back in January 2021, it was even higher. In just one day, Zhang added $5 billion to his net worth due to the rise in share prices of Nongfu Springs. At the time, this took his net worth to $92.1 billion, according to Forbes. Zhang was an elementary school dropout that worked in a number of industries before selling soft drinks. Then, in 1996, he founded Nongfu Springs, which primarily makes its income from bottled water. On top of this, Zhang later bought a 75% stake in Beijing Wantai Biological Pharmacy. While not at the top anymore, but still very famous, is Jack Ma. The founder of the e-commerce focused company Alibaba Group operated as executive chairman until 2019. He decided to step down to focus on his philanthropic interests. In 2020, Alibaba brought in a revenue of $72 billion. Prior to becoming rich, Ma worked as an English teacher in Hangzhou before finding interest in the internet boom. Currently, Ma sits on a net worth of $48.4 billion.
Let's go this way.
I need heavy ammo. Husband does me better than an LMG.
Heavy ammo here.
Yeah, I could use that.
Beyond his business acclaim, Ma would regularly perform songs at the annual Alibaba conference when he was still heading the company. Finally, we have the United States of America, the current champions. Back during 2010, the U.S. had 404 billionaires within their ranks. By 2020, that figure jumped by 210 to 614 altogether, the highest amount from all the nations in the world. In fact, the combined number of billionaires in Russia, India, Germany, and China just about beat the U.S. with 697. Out of all of America's 614 billionaires, they have a collective net worth of $2.9 trillion, over double China's. However, this amount is a decrease from their 2019 net worth of $164 billion. On top of the billionaires, the U.S. also added a boatload of millionaires by nearly 2.3 million. The current top dog of the wealthy is Jeff Bezos. Big surprise. At this moment, he has a net worth of $176.6 billion. You know that'll change. The Amazon founder originally created the company in 1994, famously from his Seattle garage. You heard the story before, blah, blah, blah. During March 2020, Amazon stated they hired an extra 175,000 to cope with the demand of their services during the global events. Throughout 2020, the online shop wanted a total revenue of $386 billion. On top of Amazon, Bezos owns the newspaper Washington Post. He purchased the company for $250 million. of his own cash into the company. The person that's been battling it out with Bezos for being the richest during 2020 was Elon Musk. Currently, Musk has a net worth of $150.8 billion to enjoy. Originally born in South Africa, Musk became a U.S. citizen in 2002. His first business success was Zip2. The company was later sold to Compaq for $307 million. After that, Musk had other successes with PayPal, Tesla, and SpaceX, the latter of which is currently valued at $74 billion. Final fact finish, the country that lost the most amount of millionaires was Brazil. From 2019 to today, the South American country lost 81,000 rich folk, a drop of 22%. South Africa is just behind with a fall of 19%. The richest Brazilian national is currently the brewery investor Jorge Paulo Lemann with a net worth of $17 billion. Still not too bad. Thanks for joining us today. We'll see.
VisualCapitalist.com has ranked the most unaffordable cities in the world. San Diego ranks 7.3, London an 8.2, Sydney 11.0, and in second place there's Vancouver at 11.9. But that's nothing compared to the top spot. At 20.8, Hong Kong ranks number 1 as the most unaffordable city on the planet. And it's where you will find The Peak. This neighborhood is hands down the most unaffordable place to live. The mansions are exuberant, the apartments lavish. And don't even get us started on all the billionaires and millionaires that live here. Today we take a look at The Peak and why it's so pricey. So, how does one determine how unaffordable a city is to live in? It's actually quite simple. By taking statistics from Demographia, an affordability score is assigned to a city by calculating the average housing price and dividing it by the average household income. With a score of 20.8, Hong Kong easily leaves all other cities in the world looking like the deals of the century, due to it clearly being the most unaffordable city in the world. And to make that stat even more impressive, get this. This list of costly cities was composed of 309 entrants, spanning 8 countries. Fun fact, according to this list, any city that scored over a 5.1 is considered severely unaffordable. Man, city living ain't cheap, is it?
First blood. Gotta be someone. Glad it's not one of us.
Okay, that's you. Climb. Good.
Level 2 helmet.
Heavy ammo here. Heavy ammo here. Havoc here. Devotion here.
It must come as no surprise then that the most unaffordable neighborhood overlooks Hong Kong. This is the Peak, named after Victoria Peak, which is the highest point on Hong Kong Island, with an elevation of 1,811 feet. This lovely area is the home to the elite of the elite. Business magnates, bankers, celebrities, millionaires, and of course, billionaires, all call the Peak their home, or at least they call it one of their homes. Recently, these 1%ers have been scooping up apartments, mansions, and particularly pricey plots of land as vacation destinations.
Let's reposition here.
It's the flu. It's exactly what that is. With a name. Nope. And I can still taste.
Just because you want to rush in on shit, man, doesn't mean the rest of us will.
No.
What the fuck you saying?
Actually, my neck is itchy. But I got a beard that's almost down to my nipples.
Throwing jump pad.
that fleas? Do I have fleas?
That's some champion, huh?
I don't see nothing moving. Getting rid of this fucking dog. This bitch gave me fleas.
No shield here. Level 2.
Mirage, move your ass. Yeah, I'm getting shot at. You got one behind us?
Yep, we do. Welcome.
Oh, fuck. Go.
Check it out. Care package coming in.
Light ammo, shields. Alright, let's go get this man back.
Yep.
The octane's down that
Right in
bitch.
front of me.
Oh, he's right here on the other side. Fuck him up. He's in this hole. He's in that hole broken.
Can't believe I'm standing still.
Alright, now back out.
You're lucky I like you.
Oh shit, I just did that. Yeah, you were one shot. GG's.
Jesus Christ.
And since this area has quite a bit less population than the rest of Hong Kong, who can blame them? So, who exactly is moving in? Check out this list of notable neighbors. Jack Ma, founder of Alibaba and worth $55 billion, was rumored to have purchased a home in 2015 for 191 million big ones. Tsai Leung, who served as Hong Kong's chief executive from 2012 to 2017 and worth an estimated 40 million bucks, moved into this house that features multiple towers and even a greenhouse. Chen Hongtian, who's the chairman of real estate development at firm Chun Kai Group, decided he wanted a 9,212 square foot mansion for $270 million. Chen actually went on record speaking about the house. He was quoted as saying, "It's not for speculation. You can hardly make any profit from properties like this." Hey, well, we hear you, Mr. Hongtian. We bet you make your profit from the apartment building that you own in the Peak. That's right. Designed by architect Frank Gehry. The apartments here aren't for the faint of heart or wallet. Located at Opus Hong Kong, the last available unit was sold in 2015 for $66 million. But what about the homes? Just what can you expect when you're hunting for that new house in the Peak? Well, the most popular walking path in the area is hands down Circle Walk. And this is where you will see some of the most luxurious mansions available. But don't worry, these homes keep their privacy, due to them being far enough away from the walking path that tourists won't trespass. Normally, a luxury home in Hong Kong will go for $4.9 million. But if you want one of these top-notch mansions right in the city, expect to pay upwards of $40 to $100 million, or even more. A bit out of your price range, maybe you should look at owning an apartment. But we should warn you, you'll still need to be a millionaire to afford one. Apartments range from $5 to $13 million. The most expensive apartment, though, that record keeps being broken again and again as time goes on. It originally went to a unit located at 12 Peaks. It sold for a colossal $105 million in 2015. But then in December 2018, the record was broken when a buyer spent $150 million on 2 apartments. And then that record was broken in February 2019, when an anonymous buyer spent $180 million on an apartment complete with elevator and...
Let's go this way. New kill leader. Call him if you spot him. Let's go this way. Saw someone out there. Stay focused. Danger close.
And a swimming pool. It's prices like these that have made some of the streets within the Peak's borders contenders for the most expensive street in the world. In fact, Pollock's Path, Barker Road, and Severn Road have all at one time or another taken the top spot as most expensive street. Well, now that you got an idea of what kind of homes are located here in the Peak, what is there to do in the area? The highlight of this neighborhood has to be Victoria Peak.
It's your lucky day. Here's your very own $1 million check. The only condition is that you can only use it to buy a house. You can choose to live anywhere in the world: Europe, Asia, Australia, the Americas, heck, even a private island in the Caribbean. You can finally settle down in the environment you've always dreamed of. Be that a modern waterfront mansion with sparkling waterfront views, or a penthouse apartment in a New York or Dubai skyscraper. As you'll quickly discover, $1 million can go a mighty long way. Or, in some particularly affluent areas, it'll barely even get you a parking spot. Need some help deciding where to move? Let's take a look at what 7 figures will buy us across every corner of the globe. Kicking off our journey around the world is the city that never sleeps, a place home to over 8 million people, the bustling metropolis that is New York City. The Big Apple is one of the most expensive cities across the U.S., but on its infamous Central Island, the skyscraper-tastic borough of Manhattan, the prices get even higher and the apartments get even smaller. The median price for a one-bedroom apartment here is almost $1 million, so that's exactly what we can expect to buy. Choose from a one-bedroom, 640-square-foot apartment in the West Village that comes with a private terrace and gym in the building. Or go for this one, another one-bedroom straddling Murray Hill in Midtown. It's a 2-story open floor plan on the top floor of the building, offering impressive views of the skyline from the outer deck. It even includes a dishwasher and a washing machine, which might not sound crazy, but it's rather rare for apartments like this that were built in the 1920s. Still, beware, there's no elevator, so you'll be getting a daily workout. It's actually not as small as most people would expect, but as we hop over to Paris, then we really start to feel the squeeze. The City of Lights is renowned for its food, its architecture, and its bubbling culture. What it's not known for, however, is its spacious living. Considering the average cost per square foot is over $1,300, with $1 million on hand in the French capital, you'll be able to sign the deed to, well, a studio apartment. But don't forget, you're in Paris. You'll be spending your time walking down the Seine, visiting museums, and watching the world go by from a street-side cafe. This tiny 667 square foot apartment sits in the 7th arrondissement within walking distance of the Eiffel Tower and the Louvre. While the open-plan living space makes it feel a little bigger, for a squiz over $1 million, what you're really paying for here is the location. From a chic city full of history and charm to a rapidly evolving desert oasis, let's jet on over to Dubai and see what the real estate agents have in store in a region synonymous with luxury. With $1 million check, you could find yourself living in the world's tallest building, the Burj Khalifa, where a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom stylish apartment covering some 1,800 square feet is ready to be swept up. Check out those views. At a comparably cheap $353 per square foot, the dollars stretch a lot further in the UAE. If you're willing to live a little further inland, then that same bag of cash could buy you an enormous 3,566 square foot family home, which boasts a pool and a beautiful front garden. From the UAE, let's board a 14-hour flight to the Great White North. Welcome to Toronto, folks, home of the most expensive property in all of North America. Here, with a citywide square...
I can't wait to meet them. We're too spread out. There's safety in numbers, you know. Target over there.
Beautiful.
Half the squads remain. Opening fire on the enemy. Reload.
Taking fire. Reloading. Target down.
Footage average of $804, this Ontarian city edges out Los Angeles and Rome in its terms of price. If you're hoping of living amidst the hustle and bustle of the downtown area, look out, because your cash will be swept away in no time. Believe it or not, this tiny home, let's be honest, looks little more than a shack or tool shed, was listed for $1 million. The blueprint shows 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, with the property notably located smack bang in the middle of Little Italy. Of course, if you were going to buy this place, the value comes from the land on which it sits, not necessarily the house itself. Who's ready for a trip down under? Australians have long been obsessed with property, and the continually rising prices in major cities prove it. The vibrant city of Melbourne is famous for its arts, culture, and coffee, but it's also unfortunately famous for its wallet-draining real estate. For 1.275 million Aussie dollars, just shy of $1 million American, you could sweep up this spacious 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house in the affluent suburb of Caulfield. It features its own front and backyard, sits conveniently a 1-minute stroll from the tram stop, and just a quick 10-minute drive to the sandy shores of St. Kilda Beach. Keep in mind, however, that in Melbourne, and in fact most populated cities, costs can vary substantially. The median Melbourne house price of $881,000 could get you a tiny flat next to the ocean, or a 5-bedroom mansion on rural outskirts. As we spin the globe once more, 9,600 miles northwest of the Victorian capital is our next destination. Destin Point, near Pensacola, Florida. The average price per square foot around here is $215, almost 5 times cheaper than New York. With cash in hand, you'll be able to snap up a truly stunning beachfront retreat. Picture this, 1,850 square feet of living space, 3 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms, all renovated, and unbeatable views of the Gulf of Mexico. For the cherry on top, as part of a gated community, you'll also have access to 2 swimming pools, a hot tub, and a number of tennis courts. What's the drawback? It's a little further out from major cities, but hey, city living isn't for everyone. All right, folks, hold on to your wallets because our next city is about as expensive as they come. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the most exorbitant area not only in Europe, but worldwide. Nestled on the French Riviera, sporting a reputation for high-rolling luxury. This, of course, is Monte Carlo. On a broader scale, Monaco is the world's most expensive prime residential market, and none of its regions comes with prices as sky-high as the infamous Monte Carlo. At $4,924 per square foot, what can we expect for $1 million bucks? Not much. You'll get a teeny tiny...
Let's go this way.
A 377 square foot studio with barely half a kitchen. That's no bigger than a standard 2-car garage. But you'll be spending all your time on your yacht anyway, right? For that kind of money, we could live like royalty in a place like Arizona. The cactus-filled state is quickly gaining steam as a retiree's dream destination. Why? Because with $1 million bucks, you can live in a truly astonishing mountain estate, just like this one. Situated outside of Tucson, this 4,560 square foot mansion boasts sweeping views of the rugged desert landscape, with barely a neighbor in sight. It features floor-to-ceiling windows, a decked-out games room, and an expansive patio. Better yet, it also comes with a 237-square-foot guest house, basically the same size as the one we just saw in Monte Carlo. The median list price per square foot in Tucson is $125, one of the most affordable we've seen so far. We're hopping back over to Asia to check out our next house. In the crowded city of Hong Kong, real estate prices continue to soar. For just under our budget, we can grab this cozy 708-square-foot apartment in the Discovery Bay area. The floor plan features 3 small bedrooms, but hey, 3 is better than 1, right? Plus 2 bathrooms and a wonderful oceanfront view. On average, square footage in Hong Kong is $3,024. Yikes. That puts this Asian administrative region on the map as one of the priciest places to live. But with such booming cultural, business, and entertainment scenes, you won't be spending much time at home anyway. Let's look for something a little roomier, shall we? Straddling the border between Asia and Europe is none other than, any guesses? Yep, Istanbul. A cultural melting pot, this enormous city actually isn't too expensive property-wise. Picture yourself living here, in this captivating 5-bedroom villa which overlooks the sea. It sits in the highly sought-after area of Beylikdüzü, includes a private pool and direct access to a beach, and rests over 8,600 square feet of land. While the interior is spacious and full of amenities, the selling point is clearly that amazing backyard. This house technically costs $1.125 million, but if we put our negotiation skills to the test, hopefully we can squeeze it into our budget. Overall, Istanbul is as cheap as chips, at just $115 per square foot. As we jet set over to Indonesia, they don't call Bali the island of paradise for no reason. On this tourist-adored island, $1 goes a long way, with simplistic luxury easy to come by. Estates typically sell for around $269 per square foot. Take this modern place, for example. With 7 figures at our disposal, we could set up shop in this open and bright 3-bedroom villa. A lot of Balinese properties have small private pools, and this spot is no different. The beautiful home is found right here, about 950 feet from the famous Canggu Beach. Unlike most new home purchases around the world, this one even comes fully furnished, allowing you to save a few bucks on furniture and spend a little more at one of the hundreds of delicious restaurants in the area. Indonesia and Southeast Asia in general provide awesome bang for your buck. But if Bali isn't quite your style, why not check out Thailand? On the sun-kissed island of Koh Samui, with some clever negotiation, our money will get us a truly remarkable 3-bedroom villa. We could talk all day about the modern interior. However, the undisputed gem of this property, one which we'd argue is $1 million feature in its own right, is the infinity pool which overlooks the bay. While the prices on this island can vary, in perspective, the dollar cost per square foot in Pattaya...
Quick patch up.
Enemy down.
I need heavy ammo. Target over there.
It's go time. Another squad is attacking us.
Fucking A.
Reloading.
Oh shit.
Another waterside Thai area is just over $200. Our fascinating real estate tour has taken us all over the world up to this point. We've seen some tiny apartments and some sprawling mansions. Have you found your dream home yet? If not, we might just have the trick.
The world's most expensive restaurant offers a one-of-a-kind theatrical dining experience that combines illusions, music, science fiction, and food. But it'll cost you almost $3,000. Opened in 2014 on the Spanish island of Ibiza, Sublamotion is much more than an expensive restaurant. It's surreal and futuristic, offering the amazing food of double Michelin-starred chef Paco Roncero, along with incredible art, sounds, and thought-provoking theater. Very few ever get to participate in this exclusive dining experience, so we're taking you to Sublamotion so you can see just how the richest of the rich enjoy their meals. Let's head to Ibiza and see if this restaurant is really worth its sky-high prices. Located inside Hard Rock Hotel Ibiza, Spanish summer, from June 1st through your meal over the course of 3 hours. The meal is complicated, so you'll definitely need their guidance. While you're enjoying your food, you'll experience unreal laser light shows, theatrical performances, immersive soundtracks, and virtual reality elements. You'll eat your food in real life and in VR. Engineers have developed software to make the whole meal a multiplayer experience, which means you can actually see the other guests as avatars themselves. Dining at Sublamotion works like this. First, you'll be chauffeured to the iconic Hard Rock Hotel in one of Sublamotion's $100,000 Land Rovers, even if you're just 5 minutes away.
Bill Gates is giving away all his money. His philanthropic efforts have saved millions of lives, and he plans to give away the vast majority of his $128 billion fortune before he dies. Gates spends billions fighting diseases and climate change, but he also likes to splurge from time to time, if that's okay. His real estate portfolio is constantly expanding. Gates owns everything from mansions to hotels. He even owns more farmland than anyone else in the U.S. When he's not saving the world, Gates spends his time admiring his collection of rare paintings or cruising down the coast in his Porsche Taycan. This is how Bill Gates makes and spends his billions. Bill Gates founded Microsoft in 1975 along with fellow programmer Paul Allen, and success came relatively quickly. In 1987, Gates became a billionaire at just 31 years old thanks to successful products like Microsoft Windows and Microsoft Office. His net worth topped $100 billion just before the dot-com crash. When the bubble burst, his wealth tanked by more than $30 billion in just a few hours. It would take decades for Gates' net worth to top $100 billion again. Things are very different today. Gates' net worth is no longer tied to Microsoft's share price, and he now owns just 1.3% of the company. That small stake is worth about $20 billion, but Gates has donated more than $35.8 billion worth of Microsoft stock to date. Bill Gates' investment portfolio is far more diverse than the portfolio of fellow centi-billionaires Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. Since resigning as Microsoft CEO in 2008, Gates has primarily focused on philanthropy, but that doesn't mean he won't spend money on himself. Like his close friend and fellow billionaire Warren Buffett, Gates has a reputation for being frugal. So when Microsoft learned that he owns a sprawling estate in Washington that's worth about $132 million, Gates bought that property way back in 1988 for just $2 million, and today, practically heaven on earth, the 66 mansion on the property is worth $63 million alone, and Gates has spared no expense making the abode both comfortable and luxurious. The mansion, which is affectionately named Xanadu 2.0 and honor of the same name, has a 60-foot pool, trampoline room, and a high-tech sensor system. The eco-friendly mansion
Jeff Bezos makes approximately $2,489 every single second. That's more than double what the average American worker makes in an entire week. The sheer volume of money flowing into billionaire bank accounts is astronomical. But it's not as simple as stashing wads of $100 bills under the bed. The reality is that unless these billionaires operate tactically, their wealth will sizzle as inflation grows over time. Rather than a swimming pool full of gold, the world's richest diversify amongst stocks, trusts, real estate, business ventures, and of course, a little over-the-top splurging now and then. Try to keep your jealousy in check as we decipher how the financial elite hold, spend, and maximize their money. The numbers have been crunched. The 15 highest paid CEOs in the technology industry have a combined annual income of over $83 billion. That exceeds the market value of entire countries. Jeff Bezos alone is worth more than Jamaica, Iceland, Tunisia, and Estonia combined. He's more than 400 times richer than LeBron James, who's considered one of the most successful athletes of all time. Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg, who's worth $91.9 billion, takes about 2 minutes to earn the average U.S. yearly wage. That's the equivalent of making over $5 million every day of his life so far. Crazy, isn't it? Bill Gates is hovering around the $100 billion mark. Elon Musk has rocketed up to $70 billion. And the god of investing, Warren Buffett, boasts a piggy bank stuffed with $76 billion. To compete with these elites, the average full-time worker who makes $50K a year would have to work 40 hours a week for, we're not even kidding here, 2 million years. What's more alarming, if you worked minimum wage in the US, 8 hours a day, every day of the week, you'd need to save each penny for 6.5 million years to rival Bill Gates. Seriously, it's absolutely insane. So these superhuman business moguls are incomprehensibly wealthy, we get it. But the more money to their name, the trickier it gets to store. Bank accounts typically are only insured up to $250,000 against major bank failures, which causes a great deal of concern, forcing the affluent into a pivotal strategy for protecting, maintaining, and growing their wealth. It can all be summed up in one word: diversification. Take a look at this graph. In the top row, you'll see a low-income, blue-collar household. Here, nearly 75% of the entire household asset value is spread across three things: liquid assets, meaning cash or easily accessible money in the bank; primary resident expenses, usually rent; and vehicles. Now take a look at the bottom row. The higher up the income ladder you go, the less reliant you are on those three elements. For billionaires, cash makes up an insignificant sliver of the total net worth, and there's almost zero reliance on a retirement pension. Once you pass that $1 million income threshold, new factors come into play. Stocks, a real estate portfolio, and business ventures start to take over as the main allocations of personal wealth. Let's dive a little deeper into these high-level assets then. First off, investing in the stock market. Who else better to be our guinea pig than arguably the most successful investor of all time, Warren Buffett? The Oracle of Omaha was living solely on a salary of $50,000 per year. His money soon came from investing, parking his cash into stable, well-run companies who presented at good value and offered high growth potential. Case in point, Coca-Cola. Buffett originally paid $1.6 billion for shares of the company in 1988, which translates to the current market value of roughly $18 billion. With most of his and other billionaires' stock market investments is holding for the long run. So if Ronald Wayne, the third founder of Apple, hadn't sold his 10% stake for $800 decades ago, he'd be worth more than $100 billion today. If billionaires aren't investing in other companies, they're starting their own. Buffett opened Berkshire Hathaway, Elon Musk founded Tesla and SpaceX, and Bezos initiated Amazon. Sometimes, however, the businesses aren't only created, but purchased. Roman Abramovich bought the Chelsea Football Club. Zuckerberg bought Instagram, WhatsApp, and Oculus, and the list goes on. The millionaires get involved in acquisitions too, although sometimes with a little more left-field ideas. Carmen Electra has a line of home stripper poles. Jessica Alba's company sells eco-friendly baby products. Dan Aykroyd founded Crystal Head Vodka, and Akon owns a diamond mine in South Africa. If the cashed-up A-listers still have funds on hand after parking some in stocks or business ventures, then a common storage method is what's known as a trust fund. Trusts allow the person to move their money outside of their estate, which brings two clear benefits: less taxes and more privacy. A billionaire could have trusts set up for particular charities or for each family member. So as you can see, billionaires do not and cannot keep their money in one place. There are certainly no savings accounts out there that hold upwards of $1 billion. Even if the banks allowed it, the clients would be facing enormous inflation risk. Unless they put their cash to work through investments, inflation eats away at it. But if it's all tied up in long-term investments, how do billionaires actually make their day-to-day purchases? Do they carry cash like the rest of us? Or exclusive credit cards? Or does their celebrity status grant them a free pass through life? Let's look at Bill Gates, for example. When the Microsoft co-founder was asked how much cash he carries around in his wallet, he gave a surprising answer: a single, crisp $100 note. The reason behind this actually makes a lot of sense, and it's all about reputation. Gates has been asked point blank by strangers, "Can I have $1 million?" If he has no cash in his wallet, he's not forced to give away to every Tom, Dick, or Harry who spots him across the street. Depending on the price of the purchase, the opulent could use a debit card from a small checking account, a credit card for more high-end purchases, or wire transfers for when a significant amount of money needs to change hands. Keep in mind, of course, that the CEO of a major corporation probably isn't going to be buying his or her own groceries. This is where the many assistants on the payroll come into play. The CEOs will, however, pump their own gas and pay for their own dinner, at which point they'll whip out an ultra-exclusive credit card. For those with a pristine reputation and a colossal net worth, the banks come knocking with elite credit card programs, offering special treatment and a long list of luxuries and bonuses in exchange for signing with them. Of these, no card is more renowned than the American Express Centurion Black Card. If you're lucky and wealthy enough to be invited to apply for this program, the initiation fee is $10,000 alone, with $5,000 in yearly upkeep. That's all before you've made even a single transaction. Make no mistake, Amex throws in all the bells and whistles for its clients. The card comes with a 24/7 personal concierge program, a complimentary private suite membership at Los Angeles Airport, $1,000 in annual credit to shop at Saks Fifth Avenue, automatic elite hotel statuses, and so much more. American Express is a top billionaire choice, but it's not the only bank on which billionaires rely. Ultra-high net worth individuals typically have checking accounts at one of these 10 institutions. If you've ever seen a James Bond flick, you'll have heard of offshore accounts, no doubt. While using the services of a bank outside of your home country is not illegal if it's done for legitimate reasons, it can certainly be a gray area. Nevertheless, be the reasoning justified or not, many of the world's richest store portions of their wealth in international bank accounts. In the past, Swiss banks were particularly popular for those evading tax. Due to the European nation's financial privacy laws, they didn't even attach names to accounts. However, Switzerland has recently agreed to turn over information to foreign governments, effectively ending any opportunity for law skirting. Contrary to its reputation, there are a lot of legal advantages to an offshore bank account. You can access international investment opportunities, benefit from foreign currency exchange rates, minimize tax implications, and add another layer of protection to your money. If the USA goes into a recession, but your money's hanging out in the Netherlands, then your wealth stays intact. The Cayman Islands are known for the best tax benefits. Singapore is considered a safe, stable offshore option. And Switzerland is obviously known for its asset protection and privacy. No matter how much money is put into bank accounts or the stock market or business ventures, there's always risk. That's why the richest men and women in the world, from Kylie Jenner to Rupert Murdoch and everybody in between, decided to hold a large portion of their wealth in real estate. Real estate is considered a comparatively safe investment. That's because the value of brick and mortar is far less volatile and carries less risk than the likes of the stock market. Real estate has shown a steady upward trend over substantial periods of time. It's also much harder to steal a house than a wallet. And let's face it, no celebrity or billionaire would turn down the opportunity for a sprawling penthouse or a beachside mansion. Bill Gates' $120 million Lake Washington home boasts a pool with an underwater music system. Larry Ellison's $200 million Japanese-style property features 10 buildings, a man-made lake, and a koi pond. While Ken Griffin's apartments on Billionaires Row deliver the most sublime views of Central Park imaginable. Mark Zuckerberg's real estate portfolio has climbed up to 10 properties in the U.S. alone, including everything from a modest Palo Alto home to an enormous Hawaiian plantation. As we've seen, the high-earning business people tend to invest the majority of their money. However, that doesn't mean they aren't afraid to splurge a little on the finer things in life. Every year, our billionaires fork out hundreds of millions of dollars on luxury super yachts, private jets, amazing car collections with personal chauffeurs, vacations to the world's most exclusive destinations, high fashion, VIP tickets to every event imaginable, and, admirably, considerable charitable donations. As of 2020, Forbes counted 2,095 billionaires. What's the first thing you'd do if you woke up tomorrow as billionaire number 2096? Let us know in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to The Richest, and have a great day. Thanks for watching, and we'll catch you next time. average person would need to work full-time for over 1 million years, and they still wouldn't be as wealthy as Elon Musk. As of mid-2020, the notorious Tesla and SpaceX entrepreneur is now the 5th richest person on the planet. In a wild ride climbing to those heights, from living on just $1 a day, Musk covers more than the revenue of entire countries. How does a man with infinitely deep pockets spend his hard-earned cash? Sure, he's got a pimpin' real estate portfolio and a car collection to make any motorhead jealous. But as you're about to see, Elon keeps his spending very much in check.
Sorry? You're Elon Musk? I am?
For a man whose name is synonymous with Tesla, you would expect Elon Musk to steer clear of any competing car companies. You'd also assume that he would blatantly refuse to drive any traditional gas guzzler, right? Well, surprisingly, that is not quite the case. The billionaire might not splurge on yachts, private islands, or wild parties, but he can't turn down an exceptional four-wheeler. Especially if they can drive underwater. Oh, don't worry, we'll circle back to that one. Musk bought his first car, a second-hand 1978 BMW 320i, for just $1,400 in 1994, and his wheels have only gotten more impressive since. When he's not trying to make the world a better place, or sending out cryptic tweets, or naming his child, this, he's showing off his mouth-watering car collection. Sitting in his garage, you will find a classic Ford Model T, the first attempt at a mass-produced car, which amazingly sold for just $850 back in 1920. Still classic, yet far more modern, is his E-Type Jaguar Roadster from 1967, which can sell for over $100K. Throw in a 1997 McLaren F1 worth over $800,000, as well as a 2006 Hamann BMW M5, a 2010 Audi Q7, and a 2012 Porsche 911 Turbo, and it's clear that this trailblazer doesn't mess around. When asked which car he drives the most, Musk admitted it was his Tesla Model S, which would cost the typical consumer upwards of $85,000. Of course, when you own the company, a couple of lucrative discounts kick in. Then there's the Cybertruck, Musk's RoboCop-style futuristic pickup, which will cost upwards of $39,000. Rewind about a decade, and Elon sat behind the wheel of Tesla's first electric car, the Roadster. This sleek piece of automotive art was actually based on the chassis of a Lotus Elise, which, yep, you guessed it, Elon Musk owns too. But not just any Lotus Elise, a customized amphibious prop car from a James Bond film. Dubbed Wet Nelly, the prop vehicle cost $100,000 to build and nearly $920,000 to buy. Ever since Musk saw it transform into a submarine in The Spy Who Loved Me, he wanted one for himself, and when you're a billionaire, it's pretty easy to get what you want. Alright, that is a heck of a lot of cars, but fortunately, the tech entrepreneur has no shortage of storage space. Elon's real estate portfolio is truly something to marvel at, tallying close to $100 million in total value. Shall we take a look? Despite taking a pledge to sell off all of his homes, with 7 of his houses then officially put up for sale, that doesn't mean that we aren't going to take an exclusive tour of his stunning mansions. Musk bought his first piece of Bel Air real estate in late 2012, sitting right here at 10911 Shalon Road. It set him back a whopping $17 million. And you can bet your bottom dollar that it comes jam-packed with all the bells and whistles money can buy. The colonial-style 7-bedroom, 9-bathroom Bel Air pad features a dedicated kids' wing, 2-story library, a theater, 2-room guest suite, a tennis court, a colossal wine cellar, a pool, a gym, and a much-needed 5-car garage. Clearly a fan of the area, Musk snapped up another 2 houses on the same street, including one for $6.75 million in October of 2013, which he ended up using as a private school for his kids. A couple years later, he coughed up $20 million for another ranch-style house, and $24.25 million in 2016 for a 9,309 square foot mansion. Those weren't holiday homes or beachside getaways, they sat on the adjacent street in Bel Air. Throw another 2 reported mansions in the Los Angeles area onto that list, and we start to see a clear path.
myself up. Hang on.
Phoenix kit here.
Dibs.
You got it. I need light ammo.
Light ammo here.
I need it.
Light ammo here.
Contact with hostile.
Thanks.
1 minute. Just gotta patch myself. Hey, you, my friend, are very welcome.
Target over there.
Optics here. Mid-range.
Void right.
Recovery chance. We in? Someone's getting his squad back.
Enemy taken down. That was exciting. I hope you had fun. We should go this way.
Got our Apex champions right here. You lot might fit in, Mount Silver.
Pattern. Considering that the Tesla factory is located further north in Fremont, California, Elon does need somewhere to sleep when he's up to his eyeballs in work. And while he has admitted to sleeping on the floor of the factory's conference room, he does hold the keys to a nearby house, or more like a nearby palace. In typical billionaire fashion, in 2017, Elon went out and bought a 100-year-old, 16,000 square foot Mediterranean-style mansion in the ritzy San Francisco Bay Area suburb of Hillsborough. How much are we talking here? A sly $23.4 million. That's an astounding real estate portfolio, and it doesn't even include the famous temporary boomerang-shaped house in Brentwood. Classic cars, amphibious roadsters, and $100 million worth of houses? That's as impressive a list as any. But getting to this point of ludicrous spending wasn't easy. Let's rewind. How exactly did Elon Musk go from living on $1 a day when he moved to Canada to establishing himself as one of the world's most influential and wealthy business people? His remarkable rise to the top started decades ago. Before he amassed a $75 billion net worth, Musk was hammering out successful projects as a teenager back in South Africa. By the time he was 12, he'd already coded, built, and sold a video game called Blaster, raking in $500. His entrepreneurial spirit was always evident. At Queen's University in Canada, Musk quickly picked up a side hustle selling computer parts and custom-built PCs. After moving to the University of Pennsylvania, he then turned his house into a speakeasy on the weekends, charging $5 at the door, which covered his tuition costs. A brief stint at Stanford capped off his studies. However, ironically, Elon has since overtly declared that college is, quote, basically for fun and not for learning. In 1995, after leaving college behind, he and his brother founded Zip2, essentially an online version of the Yellow Pages. They started it with $28,000 in startup cash from their father and sold it 4 years later for a whopping $22 million. From there, Elon's wealth exponentially grew. The Zip2 money was used to create X.com, which soon merged with PayPal, shoveling another $180 million into his piggy bank. Although it wasn't always smooth sailing for the tech mogul, in late 2008, Musk divorced his first wife and it nearly bankrupted him. He ran out of cash a year later and was forced to live off loans from friends in order to keep his companies afloat. Then came the game-changing moment. The moment after which Elon Musk's bank balance would skyrocket, when Tesla debuted on the stock market in 2010.
Elon Musk? Elon Musk? Yeah. Tesla Elon Musk? Yeah. Wow.
However, Tesla was initially formed much earlier, back in 2003. It took the electric auto manufacturer 5 years to really make a statement in the industry. And that bold statement came in the form of the release of the Tesla Roadster, in the same year that Elon officially became CEO and product architect. With the company now thrust into the spotlight, Tesla managed to raise $226 million when it went public in 2010. Ever since, Musk has been funneling hundreds of millions of dollars back into the company, as well as sacrificing his annual salaries. Through Tesla, Elon bought Solar City for $2.6 billion worth of stock. He's continued to spearhead the growing brand with the hope to not only revolutionize the automotive industry, but to initiate a global movement away from polluting machinery. Tesla might be the most famous Musk-run company these days, but it's far from the only one. SpaceX, which is recently floating around the $44 billion value, has been making headlines for almost 2 decades. Perhaps none more impressive than being the first private company to send a spacecraft to the International Space Station. Back in 2014, Elon quietly opened his own school called Ad Astra, a progressive, essential learning institution for the children of SpaceX employees. Elon waived all the tuition fees and paid to bring over his kid's old teacher as well. The way of learning is far more hands-on and instructs the students to solve real-world problems, which has been so well received that a universally accessible online school, Astronova, has sprouted as a result. Experimenting with AI certainly beats memorizing a boring textbook, that's for sure. Speaking of boring, there's one more company we've yet to mention, The Boring Company. Elon has raised and invested hundreds of millions of dollars for this tunneling and transportation startup since back in 2016. Where did the idea come from? Well, it was simple. He wanted a way to bypass the horrid Los Angeles traffic. Over the last 2.5 decades, if he hasn't been spending his money creating his own companies, he's been investing into those of others. In 1998, Musk started his investing.
$1 measly. That's Mark Zuckerberg's annual salary. Yet, he can still live like a king because he's just so darn stinking rich already. In 2018 alone, the Facebook CEO earned roughly $1.7 million every single hour. When you've eclipsed billionaire territory, the way you think, travel, and most importantly, spend changes dramatically. Zuckerberg is absolutely rolling in the cash, to the extent that he can flaunt his money all over the place, buying giant estates, $150,000 super yachts, entire companies, and $1 million supercars without even making a dent in his bank account. How wealthy is he exactly? How crazily does he splurge? Let's find out. What's one thing that nearly every single billionaire has in common? An impressive real estate portfolio, that's what. While other wealthy entrepreneurs, business people, and A-listers are known to fork out a few million on one or two enormous houses, Mark Zuckerberg takes it one colossal step further. The tech mogul spent more than $59 million on 2 adjacent Lake Tahoe properties in early 2019. The pair of properties total around 10 acres, sport 15 bedrooms, and offer a number of docks and piers to accommodate multiple boats. And yep, that includes his $150 million super yacht, but we'll get to that later. The Lake Tahoe compound sits on the west shore, just outside of Tahoe City, and dishes up some of the most serene views imaginable. The smaller of the two mansions, known as the Carousel Estate, dates back to 1930, while the larger of the two built in the 1960s and has 2 adjoining guest houses where visitors can kick back and enjoy the quiet surroundings. Get this though, the Lake Tahoe compound makes up merely a tiny sliver of his real estate collection. All up, Zuckerberg and his wife Priscilla Chan have purchased, hold on to your hats people, a whopping 10 properties. He forked out a cool $7 million for this 5-bedroom, 5-bathroom home in Palo Alto, aka Silicon Valley, and then proceeded to spend an eye-popping $43 million to purchase 4 surrounding homes. There's no way his neighbors can peer in if he has no neighbors, right? In 2014, Zuckerberg's real estate portfolio expanded to the beautiful, sunny Kauai Island in Hawaii. $100 million was handed over for 2 properties, spanning 750 acres across a stunning, isolated stretch of Hawaiian beach. 3 years later, the couple splurged an extra $45 million to slap another 89 acres to the plot of land. Zuckerberg also reportedly paid off $66 million for the Kahuaina plantation, which is located right next to the postcard-worthy Pilas Beach. Stunning, isn't it? While authorities have approved the plantation to house 80 homes, being a privacy seeker, Zuckerberg plans to build just the one. As we jet back to the mainland, cast your eye toward this historic $10 million, 5,500 square foot townhouse in San Francisco. Built in 1928, it certainly needed a few renovations, $1.6 million worth of renovations to be precise, which has resulted in a new kitchen, expensive wine bar, and media room. 10 houses, an entire plantation, enough money please to afford this kind of extravagance. One word, Facebook. Let's rewind for a second, because before he was Mr. Facebook, he was just a college kid majoring in psychology, writing code, beer and wine, struggling with insomnia, and orchestrating low-level computer apps. A program called which helps teach subjects based on what courses they enrolled in. While a minor success, it would be his next piece of software that would gain real traction in the Harvard community. It was called FaceMatch, and essentially, it was a deep From there, Zuckerberg met with Viva Narendra and the Winklevoss twins, who pitched him the idea of Harvard Connection, a Harvard-only social networking concept. Zuckerberg spun that idea and made it his own. On February 4th, 2004, he registered the domain name thefacebook.com, later shortening it to Facebook. From there, it was off and away. In no time, Facebook expanded to Stanford, Columbia, and Yale, and then, well, everywhere else on the planet. He ditched Harvard after his sophomore year to concentrate on the site, which proved to be a master stroke. Friends who met in real life could now communicate with each other online. It was something new, something revolutionary. The users grew and grew, and so did the cash. Each year since Facebook went public in 2012, Zuckerberg has added an average of $9 billion to his net worth. $9 billion per year? That's insane. On a $50,000 salary, it would take the average worker an astounding 34 years to make what Mark Zuckerberg makes in just 60 minutes. Your entire career's income is equivalent to what Zuckerberg makes going to the bathroom. Just let that sink in. As it stands, the groundbreaking entrepreneur has now ticked over the exclusive $100 billion net worth. That's more than Warren Buffett and Elon Musk, 384 times more than Leonardo DiCaprio, and greater than the entire GDP of Jordan, Nicaragua, and Jamaica combined. While Zuckerberg has forked out hundreds of millions on houses, planes, yachts, and cars, the majority of his money over the past decade and a half has gone straight back into his pride and joy, Facebook. One of the greatest tech minds of our time isn't naive enough to think that Facebook is invincible. Competitors pop left, right, and center on the regular. So So rather than compete with a new threat on the horizon, Zuckerberg takes a different approach. Just buy them out. In 2012, he bought Instagram for $1 billion. 2 years later, he acquired WhatsApp for a staggering $19 billion. Oculus VR cost him $2.3 billion in 2014. Ascenta cost him $20 million. FriendFeed was purchased in 2008 for $47.5 million. And just recently, in June of 2020, Facebook bought Mapillary, a street-level imagery startup. You know what that means? Google Maps and Apple Maps? Watch out. But he's not always buying companies. Sometimes, out of the good of his heart, he's giving away parcels of cash to well-meaning nonprofits and charities. In 2015, Zuckerberg gave $100 million to help improve the public school system in Newark, New Jersey. His desire to aid the education system doesn't stop there. He's also kindly provided $5 million in down payment assistance so that teachers can become homeowners in the incomprehensibly priced Silicon Valley area. On the surface, these are incredibly selfless contributions, but remember, Zuckerberg could give every single living person in the US $100 and still have more than half of his astronomical net worth left over. That truly unbalanced piggy bank is partly why he signed what's known as the Giving Pledge, which promises to donate 50% of his net worth to charitable causes before his time on this earth comes to an end. While he's still here, however, Mark and his wife have launched the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, a foundation that provides funding for research, development, and engineering projects and hopes to eradicate disease and support justice. While we certainly applaud him for these ventures, it goes without saying that a man of his wealth still, from time to time, likes to spend big. And we're talking real big. Case in point, Ulysses, a $150 million monster yacht. At 350 feet long, Ulysses is truly something else. It boasts a large swimming pool, jacuzzi, sauna, steam room, massage room, formal dining area, enormous wine cellar, and a master suite that would rival the finest hotel rooms. For that extra touch of prestige, it also came with its very own private helicopter, separate 78-foot boat, 4x4 car, and because why not, a motorcycle. The estimated monthly maintenance cost of the yacht alone is $2 million. If he's not sailing the seven seas, Mark is jetting from coast to coast on a chartered private jet. While it saves him time and hassle, the reality is that doesn't have a choice. Facebook says a private plane service is necessary for Zuckerberg due to the specific threats to safety. In 2016, the charter planes cost $871,000. Multiply that over a decade, and the number soars into the tens of millions. Private planes for any work-related trips, be it domestic or international. Mark also relies on the service for his personal travel, and yes, that includes top-of-the-line, luxury-centric vacations. So, where does a man who can afford to go anywhere on the entire planet spend his very few days off? Over the years, the infamous CEO has been spotted sometimes in Vietnam, Japan, and France, just to name a few, not to mention all over the USA. In 2017, he and Chan marked their 5-year wedding anniversary with a romantic trip to, go ahead, take a guess, Venice? Nope. The Bahamas? Of all places, rural Maine. Because of those safety concerns we mentioned earlier, traveling isn't as straightforward as you think. Mark almost always is escorted around by his security detail, and trust us, protecting one of the world's richest and most controversial business executives costs more than a pretty penny. Spanning 3 years, from 2014 through 2016, Facebook footed the bill of $14.8 million for his protection. That number would have easily doubled in the time since, especially with the Cambridge Analytica drama coming into the forefront of the news. Zuckerberg doesn't just have his own security team, he's also got his own PR team, consisting of 12 marketing, social media, and branding professionals who help manage the Facebook brand and keep it in a positive light. The average annual base salary at Facebook is $120,000, which means well over $1 million a year is spent in PR, and yes, that includes keeping Zuckerberg's bland uniform on point. While Mark doesn't spend millions on fashion like many other celebrities, he has actually created a line of basic clothes that mirrors exactly what he rocks every day. Yep, we're talking those plain old gray t-shirts, jeans, and a pair of sneakers. Just because the signature outfit is basic, don't assume that it's cheap. In fact, each gray shirt comes from designer brand Bruno Cucinelli and costs, ready for this, up to $400. His low-key fashion goes hand in hand with his choice of wheels. Zuckerberg is known for driving relatively inexpensive cars. Even though he can literally afford not one, not two, but 239,000 Lamborghini Aventadors, he settles for the unassuming, far less flashy means of transport. He's been seen cruising around in a $30,000 Acura TSX, a $30,000 Volkswagen Golf, and a $16,000 Honda Fit. However, he does hold the keys to one particularly flashy set of wheels. This stunning piece of Italian automotive art is the Pagani Huayra, which sells for about $1.3 million. It's a little funny to picture this geeky software developer roaring the Pagani's engine, and even funnier when you imagine his Hungarian sheepdog Beast sitting in the passenger seat. If you were in charge of Facebook, what's the first change you'd make? Let us know in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to The Richest, and as always, have a great day. Thanks for watching. Catch you next time. Can you imagine the feeling of losing $21 billion in just a few months? No. The Oracle of Omaha himself, Warren Buffett, came face to face with that reality at the outset of 2020. And yet, miraculously, the investing icon is still worth more than the entire GDP of Croatia, Bolivia, and Uruguay. With a tear-jerking $81 billion to his name, the stock market guru puts the majority of so-called wealthy celebrities to shame. As the saying goes, you gotta spend money to make money, and Warren Buffett's been spending money in all the right places for decades. Okay, so 80 billion is a monumental figure, and honestly, it's almost too big to comprehend. So let's put it in easy to understand terms. Warren Buffett is almost 300 times richer than Dwayne Johnson, one of the richest modern-day actors. He's almost 170 times richer than star baller LeBron James, and he makes the infamous Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort, seem more like a mouse than a wolf. For every dollar to Belfort's name, Buffett has exactly 800. This guy is seriously loaded. If we do the math, in his nearly 80 years of investing, Warren Buffett has made, ready for this people, $2,739,726 every single day. That's insane. With numbers like that, you'd assume his salary would be in the stratosphere. Nope, not quite. Reflecting the man's well-known modest personality, the Berkshire Hathaway chairman annual salary is a comparatively low $100,000, and it's been like that for more than 25 years. The majority of his cash actually comes from his stock. Even with that absurd wealth to his name, Warren Buffett isn't the richest man in the world. In fact, he's not even in the top 3. Each of Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg have deeper pockets. The Amazon founder has a net worth of $188 billion. The Facebook CEO is worth $97 billion. The Tesla visionary boasts $90 billion to his name, and the iconic Microsoft co-founder has $116 billion sitting in his bank. As we circle back to the man of the hour, before we discuss how Warren Buffett manages to distribute $80 billion, let's analyze how he made it there in the first place. While other kids his age were playing hopscotch, a young, daring Warren Buffett was on a fast track to making money. His entrepreneurial spirit was on display from the get-go. At only 6 years old, he bought 6 packs of Cokes from his grandfather's grocery store for 25 cents, and then resold them individually at 5 cents a pop, pocketing a nickel in profit. 5 years later, at just 11 years old, Buffett made his first investment. He bought 3 shares of a company called City Service Preferred for $38 each. Soon after the purchase, their price took a dive, hitting $27. While some would panic seeing their shares tumble, Warren remained resilient. They spiked back up to $40 each, and he sold them for a small profit. But before too long, City Service Preferred exploded all the way up to $200 a share. Warren was kicking himself for selling out too early. This early lesson proved crucial to the great investor's long-standing philosophy: be patient and never panic. As a teenager, Warren would spend his days watching and listening to the investors at his father's small brokerage firm. Meanwhile, he saved all his pennies from a number of odd jobs. At one stage, he was earning about $175 a month as a paperboy for the Washington Post. That was more than most of his teachers were making at the time. Warren was clearly obsessed with business. He even bought used pinball machines and set them up in local shops. By the time he'd finished college, the business-savvy youngster had accumulated $9,800. over 100 grand by today's standards. But it was his transition into the world of stock marketing investing that paved the way for ultimate success. With knowledge from the New York Institute of Finance under his belt, Buffett spent time as an investment salesman before becoming a securities analyst working alongside Benjamin Graham, the man widely considered as the father of value investing. When Warren hit 30 years of age, he surpassed the magical $1 million mark, but it didn't stop there. Since becoming chairman of Berkshire Hathaway in 1970, Buffett's investing strategies have allowed him to continually find diamonds in the rough, pushing him well up into billionaire territory. What were those investing strategies? And more importantly, how did Buffett manage to put them successfully into action time and time again? To understand that, we first need to understand the stock market. At its most basic level, the stock market is like any other marketplace. Partial ownership of companies, otherwise known as shares, are the product. Buyers and sellers negotiate prices, and when they can agree on a price, a trade is made. So effectively, every time Warren Buffett has purchased shares of a company, be them in Coca-Cola or Amazon or anyone else, someone else needed to be on the other side of the transaction as a seller. Being a wise investor comes down to two things: time in the market and timing the market. The former is a simple concept. The longer you hold shares of a company, providing that their fundamentals are sound, the greater opportunity for growth and compound interest. Just think of Apple's little-known third co-founder, Ronald Wayne. When the tech giant was still in its infancy, he sold his 10% stake in the company for just $800. Had he sat tight, that 10% would be worth more than $100 billion. The latter concept, timing the market, is just as important. In Warren Buffett's own words, be fearful when others are greedy, and to be greedy only when others are fearful. That means taking advantage of market crashes, looking at them as a time to buy, not as a time to sell. Of course, in order to be greedy, Warren needed to be willing to risk his money on the table. As the old saying goes, you've got to spend money to make money, and in the case of the Oracle of Omaha, he spent it on a number of incredibly successful companies. Buffett has made thousands of trades over his career, but here's a few of the more notable ones for you. Via Berkshire Hathaway, Warren bought a 9.3% stake in Bank of America after the GFC. Frankly, it was a bargain. His $5 billion investment gave him shares at a price of $7.14 each, a huge dip from the high 20s that the bank was previously trading at. 2 decades earlier, in 1989, he purchased equity in Wells Fargo at a measly value of $3 per share. It got as high as $64 back in 2017. In fact, Buffett's investment was so successful that he was forced to sell some of his shares in order to stay below 10% ownership of the company. Otherwise, before he knew it, he would have been running the joint. Around the same time, he also invested heavily in Coca-Cola. The $1.3 billion worth of shares in 1987 is worth roughly $18 billion today. As for a couple recent highlights, he notably bought nearly $1 billion of Amazon shares in 2019 and acquired equity in a cloud-based software company called Snowflake in 2020. For all his winners, the much-beloved businessman has made his fair share of mistakes, most recently being the choice to buy positions in the now-destroyed airline industry, a choice which cost him billions. Alas, he's still got more money in the bank than we could ever comprehend, but you wouldn't know that by the way he spends his money. As a notoriously frugal man, one who spends just $18 on haircuts, Warren Buffett doesn't splurge on fast cars like your Kanye Wests or Floyd Mayweathers of the world. In fact, to this day, Buffett drives a modest 2014 Cadillac XTS, worth a touch over $23,000. Its predecessor was a metallic beige 2006 Cadillac DTS, which he sold for $122,500 at auction. He also sold his Lincoln Town Car for $70,000, with the proceeds going to charity, of course. While his car collection is far from vast, he absolutely loves private jets. He initially splurged on a Bombardier Challenger, but sold it when he decided to become the owner of an entire fleet, NetJets. Planes aside, the low-cost mentality with cars also extends to his real estate. Despite Buffett's incomprehensible wealth, his home is far from lavish. He's lived in the same humble dwelling in Omaha since 1958. Back then, the 5-bedroom, 2.5-bathroom Nebraska property cost him $31,500. These days, it's estimated at over $650,000, and if you ask Warren, he'll tell you it's the third best investment he's ever made. He also bought this vacation home in Laguna Beach, California with the help of a 30-year mortgage for $150,000 in 1971. Not too shabby, right? The Ocean View 6-bedroom house accumulated an enormous amount of value over the years, finally being sold in October 2018 for $7.5 million. Buffett's always said that he's never had any great desire to have multiple houses. Instead, most of his cash has gone back into his business, Berkshire Hathaway. It's not easy for an investment company to outperform the average return of the S&P 500 index, but amazingly, Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway has done so year after year. Since 1965, Berkshire's stock has averaged a compound annual rate of 20.3%, more than double the S&P 500. But that doesn't mean his Berkshire office is anything but that desk is over 75 years old, belonging originally to his father, and that little train goes back to his childhood, originally found by his older sister. It's common knowledge that Warren Buffett doesn't even have a computer in his office. In fact, he doesn't spend much on technology at all, still using a flip phone up until this year. Before 2017, he'd managed to send just one email in his entire life to Jeff Rakes of Microsoft. The Oracle himself, at times, owned as many as 475,000 shares of Berkshire Hathaway. However, in recent years, he's humbly been offloading a considerable amount of them to charity. Astonishingly, through his shares, Buffett has already given away $37 billion to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and is further committed to donating 99% of his entire wealth to philanthropic causes. Why? Because he signed the Giving Pledge, an initiative he and Gates started in 2010, which has grown to $1.2 trillion in total pledges since. Not only is Buffett giving away everything plus the kitchen sink, but he's also encouraging other celebrities to follow suit, hoping to broadly improve health and education across the world. Other celebrities shell out for private islands, solid gold cars, Manhattan penthouses, billion-dollar yachts, and designer fashion, but Warren Buffett doesn't have a bar of it. At the end of the day, he's a frugal saver, and the fact that he spends no more than $3.17 on his daily McDonald's order doesn't prove that, then nothing will. Have you ever invested in the stock market? How'd it go? Let us know in the comments down below. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to The Richest, and have a great day. Catch you next time.
While the world is a vastly different place at the moment, many of the wealthy strive to remain in their normal lifestyle. As such, they've been splashing the cash to make their lockdown more bearable. Today we're going to look at some of the most expensive items and activities that the world's elite have been throwing their money at recently, especially when it comes to their rich kids that often fill social media with their luxurious lifestyle. You can expect to see cars, islands, and planes, among many more luxuries. So let's get started. In recent weeks, advice on wearing facial masks has grown. Many people now see the item as important in keeping safe when making a trip outside in public. Well, for some of the wealthy, a simple mask just won't do. They need something a little extra, something pricier. Take Instagram user Tayyir Marasulov. In many of his recent posts, along with a lot of other designer-labeled items, he also dons a Louis Vuitton mask while exploring Paris in his car. The cost of such a mask obviously does not come cheap. For just one of these branded face masks, prices can be as much as $200. For comparison, disposable packs of 50 masks can cost around $30 online. Many other designer labels are now exploring the option of cashing in and making their own versions of face masks. Over in Nigeria, a group of celebs arrived at an awards ceremony in March with fashionable face masks. A lot of the masks worn at the ceremony were specifically designed for the elite there, making the cost of them far more expensive than the average mask. In March, news broke in Venezuela. As it turns out, many of the children belonging to wealthy families decided to ignore social distancing. Discovered by musicians who went to the island in order to tested positive for the virus. The majority of the Venezuelan public were furious. They were struggling through this time, yet they felt the elite were flaunting their privilege in their faces. The cost of such an endeavor is unknown. However, taken out our calculations, the cost of renting private islands will vary $500 per day, all the way to $1,000 per day. Considering this island is in the Caribbean, it's likely to be on the higher end of those figures. Then the cost of renting a boat to get to the island. The price of loaning a small boat for a week can be $10,000, while the super yacht can be $150,000. Celebrities are known for splashing the cash on private planes when traveling across the globe. Well, since the outbreak, the use of renting private planes has increased significantly. The reasons are believed to be concerns with social distancing and the lack of regular commercial flights at this time. Certain routes across the globe being used by private planes are up 214% compared to this time last year. Many companies that rent out private planes are struggling to keep up with the demand. One person that's not struggling with getting private jet access is Instagram user Vadim Mashurov. He's been photographed various times on his private plane, since he's also
I reckon we should head here.
Knock one.
seconds to get to the next ring. Go down. I'm not carrying you.
Enemy removed from the data pool.
Good job. Taking fire. Tango down. 10 seconds until the ring closes. Grab what you need and let's go. Toss to the last one. Get some. Reloading. I've got
The ring's closing and we ain't in it. I'd suggest we move.
ultimate accelerant here. Great for a tactical advantage.
Are you cool, leader? Disappointing if it might. Hold on here, niggas, lady. You cool, leader appointed?
Recently uploaded images from the Maldives. He's likely been using his plane to get some sun. The cost of buying a private plane can vary, from $8,000 to $300,000 depending on the size. That's not even taking into account maintenance fees. However, purchasing a luxury plane is far more expensive. The Gulfstream G650 can be bought for $65 million, yet there are others that are valued at hundreds of millions. If there's one thing the rich always buy and collect, it's luxury cars. Not even quarantine and lockdown rules can stop them from buying expensive vehicles. Vialina Kulikova is one such person. Whilst in Dubai, she splashed the cash on a Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon to get around the wealthy city. This car could cost $128,000 at its base form. Added extras can add further tens of thousands. Another wealthy spender is Sam Cavanaugh. He uploaded an image of himself on Instagram, taking advantage of the current low gas prices by filling up his hybrid car. The car is a BMW i8. It's valued at a base level of $147,000. Once again, adding thousands of dollars as extra features are added in. While Noemi Demeter currently has a Lamborghini in pink color within her collection. The cost of a Lamborghini can vary depending on the type. The average cost is said to be around $200,000. However, some of the more expensive models can go into the millions. The Veneno Roadster, for example.
Shall we head this way?
Roger.
Spotted an enemy over there. Reckon we should head here.
Shooting. Reloading. Target down.
What?
Took care of that one.
Best bounce our bums this way.
Reloading.
Enemy, that away.
One. Nice.
Moving up.
Running.
Another squad down.
Another squad left. I don't mind these numbers.
Listen up. There's a new kill leader.
Healing.
I'm the kill leader.
I need you here, Bear.
Alright.
Ach, I'm havering.
Helmet here. Level 4.
Is worth a staggering $9.5 million.
They're on us.
As quarantine measures began to sweep across various countries, a number of the wealthy decided to leave their urban homes. They relocated to their second, more rural homes to escape large crowds. One of which was Gordon Ramsay's family. Gordon and his wife Tana took their 5 kids to their holiday home in Cornwall, England. This massive house is worth a little over $5 million and comes with a private tennis court, among other features. Another family that moved to their second house is the Beckhams. David and Victoria Beckham took their 4 children to their $7.5 million house in Costwald, England. The house comes with a massive garden, tennis court, swimming pool, and spa. Many U.S.-based elite have been going to South Carolina's Kiowa Island. Many houses there can cost up to $20 million. Not everybody is too happy by celebs using their second homes during this time. Many mayors in the U.S. and the U.K. have condemned the actions of the elite temporarily relocating, as from their perspective, it could cause the virus to spread in a smaller, more often older community. With lockdown in effect, people are struggling to keep themselves entertained. After all, there's only so much Netflix one can watch. Well, for the wealthy, they found their methods to keep themselves busy. Mirko Salvetti videoed himself enjoying a bottle of the luxury champagne brand Dom Perignon. With a vintage year of 2008, the price of a bottle can start at nearly $190. Since Salvetti regularly has images involving the branded champagne, he probably has a big selection of bottles at home. While Max Logan took a photo of his girlfriend, Lamborghini, and a swimming pool as he relaxes. The cost of an outside swimming pool can be as much as $195,000, with pool maintenance fees of around $6,000 per year. Drake also gave us a look at his stunning $100 million valued house in Toronto, Canada, during the music video Tootsie Slide.
Shall we head there? Spotted an enemy over there.
Yes. Jump drive activated.
Whoa!
What?
What the hell?
Just us now.
Self-raise.
we got to see how he keeps busy during this time with a private NBA-sized basketball court within his massive mansion, with some estimations stating that a full-sized court can cost $46,000 to build. Another item sought after by the uber-rich is a luxury boat. In February, just as the news began to trickle about the impending event, Yanni Resti uploaded an image on Instagram. The image shows her enjoying the benefits of a private yacht whilst in the Maldives waters. Another quarantine yachter is Masha Campbell-Lynn. She uploaded a photo on Instagram of herself on board a boat in Italy. Little is known about the boats that the two influencers are using. However, judging from other images, the boats seem to be of the luxury persuasion. The average cost of purchasing such a yacht is believed to be $8.4 million. American businessman and film producer David Geffen recently found himself in hot water with the public due to an ill-timed social media post. He stated in the post that he was isolating on his super yacht near the Grenadines in the Caribbean waters. He also uploaded images of the temporary boat home. The average cost of a super yacht is around $275 million. However, Geffen's boat is said to be worth an incredible $590 million. In March, news broke about King Maha Vajiralongkorn of Thailand. As many of the countries across the globe began to take lockdown measures, King Maha decided to go into isolation in a very unusual way. He rented out the entire Grand Hotel Sonnenbeitel in the Bavarian Alps in Germany. He also took with him an entourage of 20 women, along with servants. The group was said to be a lot larger at over 100 people. However, many were denied entering the hotel due to possible health concerns. Social media erupted in anger at the news of the King's adventures. The exact cost of renting out the entire hotel is unknown. However, since it's a 4-star luxury hotel with 99 rooms, it might easily cost millions with all the other fees. After all, his coronation parade is believed to have cost an astonishing $31 million. Others of Thailand's rich and famous have also been sending their children to hotels across the country, one of which was in Hua Hin, where many of the elite children decided to have parties. As a result, a number of the partygoers later developed symptoms. Many of us have considered escaping to a private island in recent events. However, the vast majority of us don't have the means to do so. Well, for the very wealthy, they can do just that. A number of countries have even set up resorts for the rich to escape from the world, costs of which vary, with many island resorts charging $13,000 per night to live the life of luxury. And that's not including food and other expenses. Richard Branson and his family don't have to worry about that. He owns a collection of islands already, one of which is Necker Island. There, he lives in a 10-bedroom mansion. Back in the 70s, Branson bought it for $180,000. Since then, he has spent millions to turn the island into a luxury resort. Recently, with Virgin Atlantic struggling financially, Branson attempted to use Necker Island as collateral for a government loan. Another island owner is Shakira. Her and Pink Floyd's Roger Waters spent $16 million on Bonds K. They had plans to turn it into a luxury hotel resort. Sometimes the rich don't like spending their money and instead hold on to it for long stretches. Some claim that's how the rich stay rich, but in a world ravaged by financial insecurity, sometimes uploading images of their money piles can be in bad taste. Other times, they've been accused of being out of touch with the majority of the population. One such person is James Eisen. He posted a video online of a massive water container filled with dollar bills. Eisen then proceeded to squeeze a collection of $100 bills into the container. In the description, he states that this is the amount of money he has saved due to not eating out during quarantine. As for how much there is in that container, we have no idea. Pop your estimations in the comments below. Another image that spread across social media is of an unknown rich kid with stacks of cash. He's also pretending one of the stacks is a telephone for some reason. He's dressed in a balaclava, which, while it hides his identity, it also keeps him safe during this turbulent time. And that's it. What is the most expensive item that you've seen rich kids buy during quarantine? Pop your thoughts below. Jeff Bezos makes approximately $2,489 every single second. That's more than double what the average American worker makes in an entire week. The sheer volume of money flowing into billionaire bank accounts is astronomical. But it's not as simple as stashing wads of $100 bills under the bed. The reality is that unless these billionaires operate tactically, their wealth will sizzle as inflation grows over time. Rather than a swimming pool full of gold, the world's richest diversify amongst stocks, trusts, real estate, business ventures, and of course, a little over-the-top splurging now and then. Try to keep your jealousy in check as we decipher how the financial elite hold, spend, and maximize their money. The numbers have been crunched. The 15 highest paid CEOs in the technology industry have a combined annual income of over $83 billion. That exceeds the market value of entire
If Jeff Bezos wanted to go out right now and spend all of his massive $181 billion fortune, he couldn't do it. No, literally, he could not spend it. That's because he only owns 5% of his net worth in liquid assets, aka cash. If you think that's wild, get this. The average billionaire only keeps 1% of their wealth in spendable cash. So what's the deal here? How can someone be a billionaire without actually having $1 billion lying around? Time for a little Finance 101 as we talk about where billionaires are actually keeping all of their wealth. Wealth means oh so much more than just how much cash you got. And if you think about it, it kind of makes sense, right? Let's say you owned a lot of gold. Well, we as a society have all agreed that gold has value. Thus, someone with a lot of gold could be considered wealthy. But you can't just walk up to the register at Walmart with a big old chunk of gold, plop it down in front of the cashier, and be good to go. What we're saying is, you may have tons and tons of gold and little to no cash, and you could still be considered wealthy. This is a very simplified way of thinking about what it means to be rich. But the idea we're trying to get at here is fundamental when we discuss the millionaires and especially the billionaires of the world. Because we bet if you went up to Mark Zuckerberg, worth $102 billion, and asked to see his bank account, you wouldn't see 102 billion bucks in there. You'd likely see a lot less. Which brings us to our first lesson in finance for today, the difference between liquid and non-liquid assets. When talking about liquid assets, we mean anything that can easily be exchanged for money within a short amount of time. Things like stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and even cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin are all considered liquid assets. This also includes
Shall we head this way, darlings?
Shift our orbits that way. Evo shield here. Level 6.
cash. Non-liquid assets are a bit harder to exchange for cash, mainly due to them needing to be sold in order to obtain money, and that means transferring ownership to someone else. When you think non-liquid assets, think land or real estate, art, jewelry, equipment, collectible items, or vehicles. Absolutely, these things have value, but it's just a bit harder to convert them to dollars quickly. As you can see, a lot of things must be considered when taking into account how wealthy someone is. Which brings us to our discussion for today, where billionaires are keeping their money. Believe it or not, most billionaires on average will keep only about 1% of their net worth in a liquid asset like cash, mainly due to the fact that the majority of their wealth is in the other financial assets that we just talked about. Surprised? Well, you shouldn't be. After all, it kind of makes sense, right? If you had a new idea for a company and you took your company public, and if people believed in your long-term vision and decided to invest, the stock price would rise. And since you started the company, you got quite a bit of stocks to your name. Thus, you would be worth quite a bit without actually having the equivalent amount of cash in your bank account. This is exactly the case for a few of the billionaires we want to talk about today. If you've ever wondered where all of that 181 billion bucks that Jeff Bezos is worth lies, then pay close attention, because it's not just in one place. Bezos is considered the wealthiest person in the world, and yet he only keeps about 5% of his wealth in cash. That's only $9.5 billion. Still a lot. So, how is he considered the number one of the 1%? It's due to these factors. Firstly, he owns an astounding 11% of Amazon's stocks. At the time of this video, Amazon stocks are sitting at around $3,000 per stock. So, yeah, we'd say Mr. Bezos is quite happy that he's held onto his share of the company. But get this, Jeff Bezos has invested in some other successful...
reckon we should head here.
Yes.
I reckon we should head here.
Successful projects, and all of them have bumped his net worth up and up and up. In 1998, Bezos invested approximately $1 million in Google. Believe it or not, by this investment alone, he would have still been a billionaire today if Amazon had never taken off. That just proves how important it is to invest in companies you believe in long term. Bezos also owns The Washington Post, which he bought for $200 million in 2013. Let's not forget Blue Origin, his space exploration company and rival to Elon Musk's SpaceX. These things may not be cash, but by owning the companies, Bezos is incredibly rich. When you add in the fact that he and his family own 5 homes across the United States, and not to mention other non-liquid assets like his $65 million Gulfstream G650ER private jet, it's easy to see how the world's richest man can keep only $9 billion in cash, but be worth over $180 billion in total. Bill Gates is another prolific billionaire that when you look at his entire portfolio, your head might start to spin with just how rich he is. At $126 billion, Bill Gates is super rich, but it's estimated that he only keeps about $5 to $10 billion in cold hard cash. So where's the rest of all his dough? As you can imagine, the answer is not that simple. It's a mix and match of many different places and many different assets. Firstly, Mr. Gates still keeps a pretty hefty share of Microsoft, coming in at 1.34%. Doesn't sound like a lot? Don't forget, Microsoft's market cap is $1 trillion. Suddenly owning 1% doesn't seem so bad, huh? Bill Gates also has a ton of investments managed by Cascade Investment LLC, which invests in companies like Canadian National Railway, Coca-Cola, AutoNation, Berkshire Hathaway, and Deere & Company. He has a stake in Branded Entertainment Network, which is an advertising company specializing in brand integration, and he's also chairman of TerraPower, a nuclear reactor design company, and he backs the science social network site ResearchGate. On the non-liquid asset side of things, Gates owns quite a bit of real estate, including his own private island. His most well-known home has to be his Xanadu 2.0 sample area. It sits right along the ocean, has over 66,000 square feet of space, and even has over 500 feet of private waterfront on Lake Washington. It has been assessed at an impressive $131.14 million in value. But don't forget, Gates also owns property in Wellington, Florida. It's a 4-bedroom mansion that sits on a horse ranch and is worth $8.7 million. You add all these factors together and you see exactly why Gates cracks the $120 billion net worth range, despite only keeping about $10 billion in cash. Let's talk Warren Buffett for a second. He's one of the most famous investors in the world and has a net worth of $95 billion. But as you now know, that doesn't mean he has $95 billion sitting in a bank somewhere. He's got the majority of his net worth invested in Berkshire Hathaway and in Berkshire Hathaway stock. This company invests in Apple, Bank of America, and Coca-Cola. But as a company, Berkshire Hathaway is comprised of many subsidiaries like Geico Insurance, Duracell Batteries, and See's Candies. In total, Berkshire Hathaway has 63 subsidiaries with a focus on insurance and real estate. Now, you may have heard recently that Warren Buffett is sitting on a stockpile of cash that is quite a bit more than your average billionaire. Well, analysts believe that this is only a short-term strategy and that Mr. Buffett is simply waiting for the right company to invest in. See, kids, it's all about putting your money to work for you and believing in a company long-term. Even Warren Buffett waits for the right price point and the right company. You want to be rich? Invest. Don't go out and buy a bunch of fast food for you and your friends when you got some extra dough. Think long-term, and one day you just might be sitting on the list of the world's richest men and women. Oh, but before we go, we gotta talk about Bitcoin and crypto. Yes, it may be a fairly new app.
Forget about Jeff Bezos and the royal family of Dubai. The richest person to have ever lived is someone you've probably never even heard of. His name is Mansa Musa. This ancient beacon of wealth was lucky enough to inherit a moderately valuable kingdom, but it was his actions, his determination to hoard gold, and his skills of trade and expansion which morphed his kingdom, and in turn himself, into a true symbol of elitism. Following his reign, Mansa Musa left behind a legacy of opulence. Now, nearly a millennium later, others have stuffed their treasure chests, yet no modern man comes close to the former wealth of this long-gone ruler. Let's dive into this ancient kingdom then, shall we? Mansa Musa was often known by an alternate title, Musa I of Mali. Put two and two together, and his kingdom was, yep, Mali. The great Musa looked over the empire from 1312 to 1337, so about 25 years. In our modern world, Mali is the 8th largest country in Africa, with a population of just under 20 million people. But 700 years ago, it looked unrecognizably different. In the Musa era, Mali was utterly enormous. It spanned across what we know today as Senegal.
Reckon we should head here. Watch your darlings. Battle nearby.
Jump that out. We go through really close.
standing still. You're lucky, I like it.
We're already in the ring. We took company.
Kyle's banner. Heal it up.
Right here.
the Gambia, Guinea, Nigeria, Chad, Mauritania, and Burkina Faso. Oh, and the modern nation of Mali too, of course. This meant that at the time, Mansa Musa's empire was geographically one of the largest in the world. If you had tried to walk from one end to the other, it's reported that you would have been on your feet for an entire year. Told you it was big. The empire itself lasted hundreds of years, from 1235 to 1670. But it was the efforts of Mansa Musa in his short reign that truly etched this centuries-old civilization into the history books. But why exactly is that the case? What separated Mansa Musa's leaders from that of the other rulers which came before and after? Well, even though his time as ruler may have been relatively short, his influence was profound. Musa came to power in 1312 and hit the ground running, quickly laying the groundwork to develop cultural centers. He imported famous architects from all across the Middle East and Africa and paid them to design focal points in what would soon become booming cultural and economical hotspots. For one, he expanded the city of Gao, which stands today in Mali. The Gao Mosque was constructed with burnt bricks, a material that had never been used before in the region. This was just one of many examples of Musa's innovations, the Hall of Audience in Niani being another. However, his most famous development was undoubtedly the infamous city of Timbuktu. He commissioned mosques and residential buildings, and most notably, the foundations for what would later transition into the University of Sankora. By the end of Mansa Musa's reign, the university would become fully staffed, showcasing the largest collections of books in all of Africa. These projects, as well as his willingness to facilitate trade and fuel the fire to a functioning economy, allowed Musa to transform the Kingdom of Mali into a cosmopolitan cultural and learning beacon for the Islamic world. At the heart of this world was Timbuktu, which served as one of the most important spiritual and trade centers in northern Africa at the time. Its learning hub, the beautiful Djinguereber Mosque, still stands today. Amazing, isn't it? Despite all of his success and progress, Musa's role as leader wasn't actually planned. The only reason he took the position was that the previous king, Abu Bakr II, mysteriously disappeared at sea after setting out on a large fleet to explore the Atlantic Ocean. Sure, Mansa Musa built up the cities and powered a civilization, but that's not why he remained so famous. While the Musa name was already familiar to millions of locals thanks to his position as king, one particular event multiplied his fame substantially: his pilgrimage. As a devout Muslim, in the 17th year of his reign, Musa set off on his pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324, passing through cities like Cairo and Medina along the way. He ventured for more than a year, but he wasn't alone. While on horseback himself, he was leading some 60,000 men on foot, all inspired by Musa's dedication, power, and wealth. 12,000 of those men were carrying 4-pound bars of solid gold, while wielding golden staffs and dressed in high-quality silks and brocades. On top of that, some 80 camels were lugging heavy bags full to the brim with gold dust, some weighing as much as 300 pounds. Just to put that into perspective, based on the resource's value today, each camel would have been holding the equivalent of $9 million worth. Crazy, right? While they journeyed, Musa recruited teachers and leaders in the hope of spreading the learnings of his faith. However, that's not all he was up to. He also gave out gold freely along the way, and he didn't hold back with his generosity. It's said that specifically because of Musa's freewheeling nature to hand out gold, his massive spending and selfless donations sparked a massive decade-long gold recession. Realizing that he'd made a mistake by giving so much away, upon his return to Mali, he borrowed it all back, and as a result, directly controlled the price of gold in the Mediterranean region. Well, allegedly. Okay, so we know that Musa was hoarding all the gold he could find, but how did he find himself in position to acquire such enormous wealth in the first place? The majority of his riches spurred from an activity that's continued to bring stacks of cash to plenty of people to this day. Take a guess. Yep, mining. The Mali kingdom was booming with significant salt and gold deposits. And who reaped the rewards of those resources? Musa, of course. Not only did he trade and spend the gold, but in true elite fashion, he even wore it. Besides the mining revenue back then, the sale of elephant ivory was also a major source of income for him. How much exactly are we talking? Well, we don't have an exact dollar figure, however historians have come to a rather narrowed conclusion, and it's a lot of money. Ready for this? Boasting a caravan of gold-carrying camels and undisputed power, Mansa Musa's net worth has been valued by modern-day scholars to be up to $415 billion. Yes, billion with a B, nearly $500 billion. That's more than the entire GDP of Singapore, Norway, South Africa, and Hong Kong. That insane number propels the historic Sultan into the upper echelon of history's richest men. He surpasses infamous American icons of wealth like John Rockefeller, $400 billion, and Andrew Carnegie, $372 billion, and makes some of the richest names in Hollywood appear broke. Dwayne Johnson's net worth is only a teeny tiny 0.07% of Mansa Musa's. Clearly, they're not even in the same league. But other royals are. How does Mansa Musa compare to the 21st century royalty? Over in England, Queen Elizabeth is worth an estimated $530 million. Imagine all that cash in a vault. Now multiply that vault by 783, and you'll get an insight into Musa's massive wealth. It's incomprehensible. What about in the Middle East? Over in Dubai, the richest family member by far is Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Despite being an ultimate symbol of affluence with a bank balance of $18 billion, the UAE vice president and prime minister is still worth a mere 4% of the former ruler of Mali. But let's forget about the royals for a moment. Does anyone, royal or otherwise, even come close to Musa? As of 2020, 3 of the richest people on the entire planet are empires in their own field. Jeff Bezos, the richest man alive, is worth $184 billion. Not too far away is Bill Gates with $119 billion. Then there is the infamous Elon Musk, who with Tesla under his wing is now worth $92 billion. 184 plus 119 plus 92 is 395. Wow, so there you have it. Even if we combine the entire wealth of 3 of the wealthiest people on the face of the earth, their amalgamated pile of cash still doesn't stack up to that of the former ruler of Mali. Despite passing away not too long after returning from his pilgrimage, Mansa Musa's legacy lived on for centuries. His administrative talents to create a network of trade, innovate with architecture, and embrace education paved the way for the civilization to prosper. Of course, nothing will be remembered as much as his reputation for being a man of incomprehensible wealth, a man who'd throw around gold like it was nothing more than sand. Do you think anyone will ever be worth more? Let us know in the comments down below. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to The Richest, and have a great day. Catch you next time. The Rooney Mara sisters aren't just millionaire actresses. Their family also happens to own the New York Giants and the Pittsburgh Steelers. This wealthy family isn't the only one that benefited from a few deals done right. The Trump family expanded their wealth when Ivanka married real estate heir Jared Kushner, pushing their combined wealth to over $1 billion. And actress Salma Hayek's wealth skyrocketed when she married into the Pinots, one of France's richest families with a net worth of over $40 billion. From India's richest family to America's biggest reality TV billionaires, here's how these mega-rich families have created their very own empires. When you think of sisters Kate and Rooney Mara, you probably picture The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo or House of Cards. But these famous sisters actually came from a very wealthy family that owns not one, but 2 popular sports teams. Kate and Rooney's great-grandfather, Timothy James Mara, was born into poverty in New York, but eventually got his hands on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For only $500, or about $12,500 today, he bought the New York Giants. The Mara family has run the team since its inception, and now Kate and Rooney's father, Timothy Christopher Mara, serves as the vice president of player evaluation. Meanwhile, their uncle, John Mara, is the president and CEO of the team, and he's estimated to be worth $500 million. Today, the New York Giants are worth about $4.3 billion, with an operating income of $168 million. As if that weren't enough, their mother, Kathleen McNulty Rooney, hails from a family that founded a football dynasty in 1933. The sister's great-grandfather, Art Rooney, paid $2,500 to form an NFL team in Pittsburgh called the Pittsburgh Pirates, now known as the Pittsburgh Steelers. Kate and Rooney's uncle, Art Rooney II, is the owner and president of the team and has a net worth of $1.2 billion. Today, the Steelers are worth $3 billion, with an operating income of $86 million. The sisters are worth a combined $26 million, but the Rooney Mara family is estimated to be worth more than $3 billion. Despite the sisters being involved in acting, the rest of the family is very private, though Rooney Mara is in a well-publicized relationship with fellow actor Joaquin Phoenix, who's worth $35 million. The Trump family's money goes back a few generations to Donald Trump's grandfather, Friedrich Trump, who emigrated to the U.S. from Germany in 1885. Friedrich moved to the Pacific Northwest, where he ran multiple businesses, including restaurants and hotels. His son, Frederick Christ Trump, was responsible for construction of a huge property 27,000 apartments and houses in Queens and Brooklyn. He started his very first business venture at only 15, building garage extensions on existing homes through a company he had with his mother, Elizabeth Trump and Son. Fred Trump gradually grew his business thanks to loans from the Federal Housing Authority and influential friendships among the Brooklyn Democratic Party. At the time of his passing in 1999, his estate was worth somewhere between $250 million and $300 million. Donald Trump got help with his business thanks to a $1 million loan from his father, though it's reported that $413 million was gifted to him and his siblings. Trump started out with property development, including residential and hotel, but his earnings skyrocketed with The Apprentice. He made $427 million from the show and endorsement deals across all 14 seasons. In April of 2020, Forbes estimated Trump's net worth, though not including any liabilities, at about $2.1 billion. This includes $1.2 billion of commercial real estate, $148 million of residential real estate, $38 million in hospitality, $42 million worth of hotel licensing and management, and $42 million worth of golf courses. Trump's eldest children also have some wealth of their own. Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump appear to be worth about $25 million each. Ivanka Trump is worth more, around $375 million, when you factor in her fashion line and marriage to real estate heir Jared Kushner, who's worth about $800 million. The only major family business where Trump has included his children seem to be the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C., where Don Jr., Ivanka, and Eric each own stake worth about
Shall we head this way?
$6 million. Francis Pino is one of the wealthiest people in the world, with a net worth of about $46.5 billion. And actress Salma Hayek managed to marry into this ultra-wealthy French family. Francois Pino started a lumber business in 1963, and by '92 he was acquiring Printemps, a French department store chain. 2 years later, he bought La Redoux and merged it with Printemps, forming Pino Printemps Redoux, or PPR. The success of his company led him to buying Christie's auction house for $1.2 billion in '98, and then a 42% stake of Gucci in '99. Francois' son, Francois Henry Pino, took over as CEO of PPR in 2005 and renamed it to Kering in 2013. The company is behind some major fashion brands like Gucci, Yves Saint Laurent, Balenciaga, and Alexander McQueen. Pinault is also president of Groupe Artemis, the holding company that controls the Pinault family assets, which includes Christie's, a French winery called Chateau Latour, and Paris's Theatre Marigny. His net worth is estimated to be about $38.7 billion. Francois Henry married Hollywood actress Salma Hayek in 2009. The power couple has a daughter,
Reckon we should head here.
Valentina Pinault, and Pinault also has 3 other children from previous relationships. Salma Hayek has a net worth of about $200 million, but thanks to the Pinault empire, the family is happily enjoying billionaire status. Mukesh Ambani is the richest person in India and 9th richest in the entire world. Ambani is worth an estimated $66.1 billion and is the owner and chairman of Reliance Industries, a massive conglomerate that includes the telecom company Jio Platforms. The Ambani family's massive wealth began with Dhirubhai Ambani, who founded Reliance Industries to manufacture fabrics and textiles. Reliance Industries is now a Fortune 500 company with more than $100 billion and one of the most valuable companies in India. After his passing, his sons Mukesh and Anil took over the company, but soon after, the brothers had a falling out and split it, with Anil estimated to be worth about $1.7 billion, a lot less than his brother. Keeping the family empire strong has resulted in a lucrative marriage between Ambani's daughter Isha and Anand Piramal, heir to the real estate and pharmaceutical business. In December 2018, the couple threw a lavish week-long wedding that cost more than $100 million. Arnand's father, Ajay Piramal, has a net worth of $2.9 billion as of 2020. He chairs Piramal Enterprises, a company involved with pharma, healthcare, and financial services. Piramal sold his domestic formulations business in 2010 to Abbott Labs for $3.8 billion. Isha, meanwhile, is on the board of directors for India's largest retailer, Reliance Retail, and serves as a co-director at Jio. She's worth $100 million, with about $80 million worth of shares in her father's company. Her and Anand are worth over $1 billion together, but their family assets makes the Ambani-Piramal partnership worth about $70 billion and climbing. America's most famous reality TV family is also the richest. The Kardashian-Jenner-West family are involved in everything from music to modeling, but the beginning of this family empire started with Robert George Kardashian, an American attorney and businessman who was O.J. Simpson's friend and defense attorney. When the elder Kardashian passed away, he reportedly left his children with a $100 million estate in trust. Kim, Khloe, and Kourtney are all involved in modeling, endorsements, their own businesses, and TV work. They're worth $780 million, $40 million, and $35 million respectively. Meanwhile, Kris Jenner, who is featured on and produces Keeping Up with the Kardashians, is worth $37.5 million. Kris's ex, Caitlyn Jenner, has an Olympic career and tons of endorsements and investments, making up her $100 million net worth. As for the Jenner siblings, Kendall was the highest paid model in the world in 2017 and 2018, and she's estimated to be worth $48 million. In 2019, Kylie Jenner was named the youngest billionaire in the world according to Forbes with a net worth of $1 billion. Thanks in large part to her makeup brand, though her billionaire status was actually revoked by Forbes, so she's probably worth just... just a bit less. The family grew its empire even more when Kim married Kanye in 2014 and started repping his Yeezy line in 2015, which definitely helped move the family into billionaire status. With Kanye's music and Yeezy business worth $1.3 billion, this famous family is thought to be worth more than $3 billion. Are there any other billionaire families you'd like us to do a video on? Let us know in the comments down below. Don't forget to hit that like button if you enjoyed this video and subscribe to our channel. Thanks for watching. Virgin Group founder Richard Branson is the epitome of a cool billionaire. Some billionaires prefer to sit in stuffy boardrooms, but Branson is a jet setter. He spends his time parasailing, surfing, and relaxing on his $150 million private island. Branson has a staggering net worth of $4.4 billion. And he spends his time on private jets, amazing trips, and cool gadgets. He even has a car that transforms into a boat. Branson is also very frugal. Most of his extravagant purchases earn him some side income, and he often rents out his boats and watercrafts. Here's how Branson spends his billions. Richard Branson became a billionaire by working hard and being innovative. He's constantly founding new companies under the Virgin Group umbrella, but he's also known for his travel and tourism empire. Success came to Branson early. Branson founded Virgin Records way back in 1972, and 20 years later, he sold the company for $1 billion. Branson put so much work into Virgin Records that he broke down in tears when he was forced to sell the company. He sold Virgin Records to raise cash to finance his airline, Virgin Atlantic. The tidy profit he earned was a little solace. Today, Virgin Group is a massive conglomerate that operates 400 companies. Virgin Group brings in about $21 billion annually, and Richard Branson has a net worth of about $4.4 billion. Richard Branson has his fingers in many pies, but the majority of his wealth comes from tourism. He has founded numerous travel companies over the years, and his foray into the world of tourism really took off in the 1980s. Branson founded his airline, Virgin Atlantic, in 1984, along with transportation company Virgin Cargo. In 1985, he launched Virgin Holidays, and his business empire grew even larger. In the 1990s, he launched Virgin Rail Group and Virgin Mobile. In the year 2000, Branson launched his second airline, Virgin Blue. Today, Virgin Blue is known as Virgin Australia. Branson launched Virgin Hotels in 2010, and he plans to greatly expand his hotel business in the next few years. Branson's main focus today is Virgin Galactic. His space tourism company is one of the top commercial spaceflight companies in the world. If you have $250,000 to spare, you can reserve yourself a seat on the VSS Unity. It's a small price to pay to be able to take a suborbital space flight. Branson has a real estate empire that would make just about anyone jealous, even his fellow billionaires. It's not just beautiful mansions that Branson owns. He also owns multiple private islands. Of course, being the businessman that he is, Branson doesn't just leave the islands empty. He has developed them into world-class resorts. Virgin Group founder Richard Branson is the epitome of a cool billionaire. Some billionaires prefer to sit in stuffy boardrooms, but Branson is a jet setter. He spends his time parasailing, surfing, and relaxing on his $150 million private island. Branson has a staggering net worth of $4.4 billion. And he spends his time on private jets, amazing trips, and cool gadgets. He even has a car that transforms into a boat. Branson is also very frugal. Most of his extravagant purchases earn him some side income, and he often rents out his boats and watercrafts. Here's how Branson spends his billions. Richard Branson became a billionaire by working hard and being innovative. He's constantly founding new companies under the Virgin Group umbrella, but he's also known for his travel and tourism empire. Success came to Branson early. Branson founded Virgin Records way back in 1972, and 20 years later, he sold the company for $1 billion. Branson put so much work into Virgin Records that he broke down in tears when he was forced to sell the company. He sold Virgin Records to raise cash to finance his airline, Virgin Atlantic. The tidy profit he earned was a little solace. Today, Virgin Group is a massive conglomerate that operates 400 companies. Virgin Group brings in about $21 billion annually, and Richard Branson has a net worth of about $4.4 billion. Richard Branson has his fingers in many pies, but the majority of his wealth comes from tourism. He has founded numerous travel companies over the years, and his foray into the world of tourism really took off in the 1980s. Branson founded his airline, Virgin Atlantic, in 1984, along with transportation company Virgin Cargo. In 1985, he launched Virgin Holidays, and his business empire grew even larger. In the 1990s, he launched Virgin Rail Group and Virgin Mobile. In the year 2000, Branson launched his second airline, Virgin Blue. Today, Virgin Blue is known as Virgin Australia. Branson launched Virgin Hotels in 2010, and he plans to greatly expand his hotel business in the next few years. Branson's main focus today is Virgin Galactic. His space tourism company is one of the top commercial spaceflight companies in the world. If you have $250,000 to spare, you can reserve yourself a seat on the VSS Unity. It's a small price to pay to be able to take a suborbital space flight. Branson has a real estate empire that would make just about anyone jealous, even his fellow billionaires. It's not just beautiful mansions that Branson owns. He also owns multiple private islands. Of course, being the businessman that he is, Branson doesn't just leave the islands empty. He has developed them into world-class resorts and sought-after destinations. Branson's prize possession has to be Necker Island. He bought the picturesque island located in the Caribbean Sea in 1978 for a mere $180,000. It's the deal of the century, because now that island is worth $150 million. He spent approximately $10 million turning the island into a stunning resort that doubles as his private residence. Branson was eyeing Necker Island for quite some time before he finally made the purchase. He tried to buy the Caribbean Utopia in 1977, but his $100,000 offer was laughed at. The real estate agent who gave him a tour of the amazing island even made Branson find his own way home. The worst thing about the encounter was that Branson had a date along with him when he was looking at the island. He thought a free tour of a fabulous island would lead to romance. Instead, Branson was humiliated and his date was furious. Don't worry, things worked out in the end. Yeah, that date ended up becoming his wife. You might be wondering why Branson only wanted to pay $100,000 for a gem like Necker Island. Well, that was all that Branson could afford back then. He wasn't rolling in money like he is today. Numerous celebrities have stayed at Necker Island over the years, including Kate Winslet and Barack Obama. Obama even went kite surfing with Branson. It was one of the first things he did after leaving office. Kate Winslet showed her heroic side when she rescued Branson's mother from a burning inferno. Branson's mother was staying in one of the villas when it caught on fire. Harry Styles, Mariah Carey, Kate Moss, Nick Lachey, and Jimmy Fallon have all been spotted partying and frolicking on Necker Island. You don't have to be a celebrity to stay on Necker Island, but it helps. If you want to spend a week on Necker Island, it'll cost you a pretty penny. If you rent out the whole island, your bill will be between $42,000 and $60,000 per night. If you don't want to spend that much, you can... opt to stay in a villa for $27,000 per week. Either way, you'll be spending a lot of hard-earned cash to stay on this exclusive island. Necker Island may be the jewel in Branson's real estate empire, but it's not the only private island that Branson owns. He also owns Makepeace Island on Australia's Sunshine Coast. Travelers can stay on Makepeace for $10,000 a night, so you can always visit this Australian paradise if Necker Island is out of your price range. Branson also owns a beautiful Moroccan resort called Casbah Tamadat, as well as a luxurious ski resort in the Swiss Alps. Of course, these properties make Branson even richer. A night at Casbah Tamadat will cost you $717, and if you want to have Branson's ski lodge all to yourself for a week, you'll have to fork over $89,916. Branson's real estate holdings have skyrocketed in value, so when he finally decides to sell, he usually makes a huge profit. Branson sold his mansion in Holland Park, London for a cool $23.12 million. He only paid $3.3 million when he bought it. When you travel around the world as often as Branson, it makes sense to have a private jet. Branson has owned multiple private jets over the years. He once owned a $16 million Falcon 900EX, but he downgraded to a smaller Falcon 50EX to better suit his needs. The $21 million Falcon 50EX is perfect for island hopping. Branson is known for wild stunts, and it's one of the reasons he's often called a fun billionaire. In 2004, he drove a Gibbs Aquata amphibious vehicle across the English Channel in just 1 hour and 40 minutes. It was the fastest time ever recorded for such a feat, and Branson looked incredibly cool in the speedy watercraft. When you're a billionaire, you get to drive around in cars that transform into boats. The rest of us have to take the bus. Crossing the English Channel in an amphibious car isn't the only wild stunt Branson has completed over the years. In 1987, Branson and his co-pilot, Per Lindstrand, crossed the Atlantic Ocean in a hot air balloon, which was the first time such a feat had ever been completed. The Virgin Atlantic Flyer achieved speeds of more than 130 miles per hour, but the flight from Maine to Scotland was not without hiccups. Poor weather forced Branson and Lindstrand to leap from their balloon into the sea off the coast of Scotland. The pair had to be rescued by the Royal Navy. That's the type of thing that Branson likes to spend his money on. He prefers adventure over possessions. Branson has so much money that he could afford to buy the most expensive sports cars in the world, but he can save his billions because he gets his wheels for free. Branson drives a Range Rover, and he gets a new one from Jaguar every year. If you have a cool billionaire drive your 4x4, you can save a lot of money on advertising. Because Branson spends so much time on Necker Island, he has to find ways to entertain himself. He loves to kite surf and swim, but he has also bought some expensive watercrafts that he uses to explore the area. Branson bought a $550,000 submarine called the Necker Nymph that he uses to explore the island. You can rent this cruise submersible for about $25,000 a week. Back in 2009, Branson bought a stunning 32-meter catamaran for a cool $6 million. He used the boat to charter tourists around Necker Island. Branson reportedly sold the catamaran for $3 million. He may have sold the boat at a loss, but he certainly made a lot of money with those week-long chartered tours at $60,000 a pop. Remember when we said Branson had a thing for adventure? Well, what's more adventurous than an exciting safari? Branson owns a tented safari camp in Masai Mara National Reserve. If you're planning a trip to Kenya, you can stay here for about $590 per night. The 12-suite camp is environmentally friendly and offers stunning views of the local wildlife. If you stay here between July and September, you can catch a glimpse of Africa's Great Migration. Millions of wildebeests, gazelles, and zebras make their way through the camp. Guests can partake in a drive into the bush or enjoy a wildlife walk. The resort also features a spa and 40-foot infinity pool. Branson also owns multiple properties in South Africa, including a 26-room hotel in Vineyard near Cape Town and a resort called Ula Saba in the Sabi Sand Game Reserve. Richard Branson is known for donating his time and money to charitable causes. Branson donates a lot of time and money to Virgin Unite, which is the independent charitable arm of the Virgin Group. Virgin Unite has been involved in numerous charitable projects such as Oceans Unite, the Elders, BT, and the Carbon Room. Branson doesn't hoard his money like some other billionaires. He's always looking for new ways to give back. One of the things he is most passionate about is climate change research. Branson has seen the devastating effects of climate change firsthand as Necker Island has been hit by numerous hurricanes. In 2006, Branson pledged to donate $3 billion to climate change research in the hopes of developing an environmentally friendly low-carbon fuel. However, there are reports that he didn't meet that goal. Branson is one of many billionaires to join the Giving Pledge, which was founded by Bill Gates, Melinda Gates, and Warren Buffett. Branson will give away most of his money to charity before he dies. Pledges from Giving Pledge signatories have reached $1.2 trillion to date. Stuff really is not what brings happiness. Family, friends, good health, and the satisfaction that comes from making a positive difference are really what matters. We started by trying to give a voice to the young people of the 1960s and hope our Giving Pledge will help many generations to come, wrote Branson and his wife Joan. That's it, folks. Are you impressed by Richard Branson's massive fortune? Would you like to spend a week on Necker Island? Would you pay $25,000 to fly to space on a Virgin Galactic rocket? Let us know in the comments below, and be sure to like and subscribe if you enjoyed this video. It really makes a difference.
The music business is in his blood. From working with his father at a
Tesla is about to be short-circuited. A new rival is hot on their trail, and they've got no signs of slowing down. We are talking about none other than the German supercar manufacturer, Volkswagen. Didn't expect us to say that? Well, what if we told you that VW has added more than $53.5 billion of market value this year alone? Their stock value is at the highest it's been in 6 years. Oh, and get this, they're going electric in a big way. New battery-powered models include the VW ID.3, Audi e-tron, and Porsche Taycan. Looks like Mr. Musk is about to be left in the dust. Tesla is a giant in not only the world of automobiles, but on Wall Street. The car company had a record-breaking year in 2020, and their shareholders were extremely happy. Tesla briefly cracked $2,000 per share in August of 2020, which upped their market capitalization to nearly $372 billion. That's more than Walmart. All in all, the stock rose nearly 700% the entirety of last year. How did this happen? Simple. They were included on the S&P 500, which is a list of the 500 largest U.S. publicly traded companies, and they split their stock multiple times. If you're not familiar with a stock split, basically this occurs when anyone who owns one stock now owns two stocks, which again means very happy investors. Now, whether the company is actually worthy of stock prices this high, well, that's a whole other video. In fact, Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla, cheekily tweeted, "Tesla stock price is too high, in my opinion," to which the market quickly readjusted and the stock price fell. So if the company is so overvalued, could someone else swoop in and take Tesla's spotlight? Could Elon Musk's days be numbered? Figuratively, of course. Enter Volkswagen. That's right, the makers of the iconic minivan from 1950, which arguably was the inspiration for the mystery van from Scooby-Doo, recently have been completely rethinking how they do business, and they are hungry for Tesla's spotlight. Don't believe us? Well, just take a look at the facts. They speak for themselves. And while you're at it, take a look at what VW's CEO Herbert Diess has been up to. We think you'll be surprised. As far as stocks go, Volkswagen has been on the up. While they may currently only have a fifth of the market value of Tesla, there seems to be a fork in the road, and VW is set to take off. In just 2020 alone, their shares have climbed to the highest they've been since 2015. They've added $53.5 billion in market value. And get this, since the start of this year, VW's stock prices are up 36%, while Tesla's have slowly been on the decline. The rumor mill has been circulating non-stop, with one in particular taking the cake and making stockholders pretty darn excited. The incredibly profitable Porsche franchise may receive its own separate stock listing. The long-term vision for the VW stocks is to move away from the not-so-profitable growth stocks to those most likely to see a jump in the post-pandemic recovery. In fact, an estimated 16 billion euros of profit have been predicted by analysts for this year alone. Yeah, big things are on the horizon. Maybe it's time you re-download Robinhood, or maybe you should find another stock trading app. VW is also incredibly interested in going electric. and has already started turning the cogs to make that vision a reality. VW ID3, Audi e-tron, and Porsche Taycan will all be released as new battery-powered models. And get this, VW is already currently the largest seller of battery-powered cars in all of Europe. Within a couple years, if VW sticks to this vision of going electric, they could easily catch up to Tesla with regards to electric car sales. This vision is only solidified by VW's long-term goal of making half of their new car sales to be electric cars by the year 2030. They put their money where their mouth is by investing in an early-stage battery company called QuantumScape Core, and they already have seen a 1.4 billion euro gain on the investment. Vroom vroom baby, VW is revving to go. Volkswagen is also planning on developing their own software with the hopes that this investment will give them the edge over Tesla. By circumventing Google and Apple, VW hopes that they will become a leader in the technology that allows for self-driving cars. This investment was costly at over $30 billion, but if VW becomes synonymous with the software that drives your car, well, then we'd say they're that much closer to winning the race against Mr. Musk. Oh, and speaking of Elon Musk, VW's CEO has been taking notice of just how this eccentric billionaire operates and has been incorporating some of the same strategies. What do we mean by this? Well, Volkswagen's CEO, Herbert Diess, who has been fronting the company since 2018, has been making sure he's doing his part and earning his $9,850,740 per year salary. He's incredibly active on social media. He posts frequently and makes sure to interact with the community that follows him, something he undoubtedly learned from Papa Elon. He even has implemented live streaming into VW's arsenal. On what was dubbed Power Day, VW showcased their batteries' capabilities. Only thing is, Tesla has already done events like this, where they showcase their own batteries. Diess has even snagged up some of Musk's lingo. He referred to gigafactories when describing a new network of infrastructure his company has in store. This just happens to be the same lingo Elon has used in the past. We say it's just a matter of time before Mr. Diess starts tweeting about Dogecoin. Then, it's all over, man. Doge to the moon. But that's a story for another video. Now, you didn't think we'd go the entire video without talking about some of these cars' prices, did you? Of course not. Come on, guys. Our channel is called The Richest. So, here's the numbers. The 2021 Volkswagen ID4 will set you back $40,000. But don't worry, there's a cheaper model on the way. So what's so special about this car? Check this out. Its battery charges from 5 to 80% in less than 40 minutes with fast charging. That's a quick charge. The Porsche Taycan is going to set you back quite a bit more, with prices starting at $79,990. If you want the 4S model, yeah, that's going to be $103,800. The Taycan Turbo will set you back $150,900, and the tip-top of the line Turbo S is going to cost you a whopping $185,000. Last but not least, let's talk about the Audi e-tron. For a cool $65,900, you can scoop this one up off the shelf. And for $69,100, you can upgrade it to the coupe-like e-tron Sportback. To wrap things up, we want to leave you with one final fact. How's this for the advancement of the most powerful cars on the planet? Soon, Lamborghinis will be going electric. Oh, you heard that right. By 2022, the Lamborghini Huracan is slated to be replaced with a hybrid model, upping its price from $200,000 to just about $275,000. We have a feeling that if you can afford one of these cars at the previous price point, you won't really be deterred by that $75,000 jump. We'll see you next time, right here on The Richest.
What do you think is over here? Hit the ejector seat.
Currently, Tesla is one of the powerhouses of the electric car industry.
Do you want a six-figure salary, a luxurious home on a massive estate, and a month-long all-inclusive vacation every year? Then maybe it's time to become a billionaire's private chef. Being a private chef to the world's wealthiest definitely comes with a lot of responsibilities. Cooking, cleaning, menu prep, and sometimes getting up at 1 a.m. to bake your boss some cookies. But there are also tons of perks, like traveling on a yacht, using private jets, and receiving gifts and bonuses worth thousands of dollars. So, what's it really like to professionally prepare food for the world's elite? Let's explore the life and career of a personal chef and find out. Working at a busy Michelin star restaurant isn't all it's cracked up to be. Chefs make roughly $65,000 to $100,000 working in these types of environments, and that means long hours and constant stress. Some love it, but others would rather do less work for one very important client and end up making even more money. Chefs who formerly worked at high-class restaurants can dive into the world of private cooking and receive a salary of $120,000 to $200,000 a year. Compensation varies according to frequency of meals, the size of the family they're cooking for, and special occasions. But these chefs also get to work surrounded by extravagance. They get to experience things like yachts, private jets, and lavish vacations. Private chefs can also expect to receive some pretty generous tips from guests, an average of $100 per person. Life as a private chef could award you some free vacations. Most chefs earn a minimum of 1 month of paid vacation per year, and they get a round-trip ticket to a destination of their choice. So the perks are definitely good. But how much hard work and training does it take to be trusted with the meals of the world's wealthiest? Let's hit up a culinary institute and find out. This is the Culinary Institute of America in Hyde Park, New York. It's America's most famous culinary school, but it doesn't come cheap. A degree in the culinary arts starts at around $30,000 all the way up to $75,000. And as you can guess, the Hyde Park Institute's prices are near the higher end. The school focuses on different cooking techniques, picking and finding the best ingredients, and even dealing with rude customers with grace and charisma. But you'll need more than a degree to be welcomed into a billionaire's home. Having industry and private service experience is a must if you want to secure one of those jobs. Most clients will also ask you to have a few extra things in your resume, like a first aid certificate. If you plan to work on a yacht, you'll have to sign up for a $1,000 STCW 95 class, which is a 5-day safety course covering firefighting, first aid, sea survival, and social responsibility at sea. You'll also have to become pretty good at traveling. When you follow your employer around the world, you'll be expected to change languages and currencies when trying to gather all your ingredients. And most of all, to secure the job, you've got to have charisma. Can't be combative or confrontational because you'll have to deal with some rude guests, and you've got to respect your boss's privacy. You've also got to be able to handle all of your responsibilities, and there are a lot of them. Expectations for a private chef are huge. Private chefs can sometimes choose the daily menus themselves if their employer trusts them enough. Some are completely in charge of their boss's diet, while others have to deal with picky employers who want their food cut or plated in specific ways. We all know the job involves cooking, but here are a private chef's other responsibilities: taking inventory, cleaning, making an order list, receiving orders or grocery shopping, checking the quality of the ingredients, prepping a menu each day, preparing each meal in a timely fashion, and also creating buffet-style meals for the other employees. These chefs also got to be sure to prepare the next day's meal while taking into account what was already cooked that week, what the weather might be like, and if meals will be taken inside or outside, and whether or not any guests might stop by. Some chefs also have to be okay with not seeing their families very often. Having to travel with your employer could mean months away at a time. Some chefs have to live on their employer's property, but get to do it in style. A personal chef interviewed by Vice said his employers have 3 homes in Florida, one for themselves, one for guests, and one just for him. Yacht gigs are also pretty complicated. Some chefs travel on yachts with their employers, while others get hired specifically for yacht trips. This usually means hopping on a plane within 2 to 48 hours of being notified to meet your boss and board the boat. As for what the meals usually consist of, the general structure is like this. Dinner is 3 courses served by the butler and his staff, including a starter, an entree, and a sauce on the side. Oh, and of course, there's dessert. But what do private chefs have to make most? Well, caviar and rarities like Wagyu beef and truffles are favored among the rich. So are cured meats like prosciutto. And often employees will even send their chef to private courses to teach them how to make their favorite kind of bread or other meals styles that take a little specialization. Other favorites include creme brulee, the freshest seafood and sushi, and some fresh fruit. Chefs also have to get used to cooking with expensive ingredients that only the rich can afford. These include Kobe beef, which costs $1,475 for 5 pounds, black ivory coffee at a cost of $1,000 per pound, Densu black watermelons, which are $6,100 each, or the more expensive Bari King melon that costs $12,000. Other favorites are white truffle, which cost $4,320 or more per pound, and finally, Amos caviar at an incredible price of $25,000 for a small 2.2 pound tin. Seeing the amount of money the wealthy spend on these unique ingredients is just a taste of the kind of crazy requests these billionaires can make of their private chefs. In a GQ interview, chef Michael Harwood, who has cooked for A-list actors and international billionaires, said he once had to get off his employer's super yacht in Tahiti to go onto land with a machete to find them fresh pineapple. Clients can also ask for food late at night, so some chefs are expected to be on call. Chef Dean Harper, who's worked for high net worth individuals and Premier League football players, told GQ that he once had his employer wake him up at 1 a.m. to prepare champagne, truffles, and caviar canapes for a guest who had just arrived. But he was paid well for being on call. His salary while working for a Russian oligarch was $8,450 per month. Other chefs say they sometimes have to scrap an entire meal and completely start over because their employer changed their mind. Others have to also make gourmet meals for their clients' pets. These chefs could also be stuck working long hours, even though most of them agree it's not as bad as the restaurant grind, sometimes grueling 18-hour.
Let's get the fuck out of here. So let's dip. Fuck it, let's dip.
Raise me life, raise me life. What? What?
Phoenix, get here.
Yo, y'all got any heal?
Recharging shield.
Heavy ammo here. Spotted a subject over there. Enemy spotted. Far. Spotted one. Distant.
Which? Oh, they're coming. They're coming. They're coming.
You've got a bad guy close.
Give me over there. Break. Just want to heal, bro. So does any of them have heavy ammo?
Recharging my shield.
Hour days are required from a chef when there is no house manager or a lack of other service workers. The price for full-time help ranges from $1.03 million to $2.4 million per year. But some of the world's wealthiest still operate with a smaller staff. This puts a lot more pressure on the chef, who is often stuck shopping, prepping, cooking, and cleaning. Hey, somebody's got to do it. But most billionaires' chefs are lucky enough to receive bonuses and gifts for all their hard work. Dean Harper used to receive $1,200 as a Christmas bonus, while Michael Harward was given a $26,000 Cartier watch. As for
Say what?
We should head here.
What'd you say, bro?
How many times have I rezzed you?
A lot. I've been trying to heal this whole time, man. It's like I can't fucking heal.
We're all inside the ring. Fantastic.
Adding another gas trap.
Like right now, look at this. My life is already down the half. That's crazy.
Shield recharged.
Yeah, they're coming over there.
They're coming. They're gonna close it probably.
This is good.
yet.
Better quiet, y'all want a third? One for third.
Dinna fash yourself. Here's a hot one.
For whether or not all the hard work is worth it, we'll let you be the judge. Did you know that on average, most of these rich clients spend about $2,000 a month on groceries? Woo! In comparison, the average American spends just $233 per month. Pair this with a private chef's massive salary, and these billionaires are definitely splurging on their food compared to everyone else. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Not all butlers are allowed to speak their minds like Alfred, but the ones that are patient and polite have a very lucrative career ahead of them, one that can make them more than $150,000 per year. Butlers aren't just around to be welcoming and fetch meals. They're usually in charge of everything that happens in a wealthy household. That can mean a lot of pressure, like working 60+ hours a week, but it can also pay off with things like free cars, trips around the world, and getting to live in a mansion. Join us as we explore the lives and jobs of billionaires' butlers and find out why this profession is becoming a new favorite career in hospitality. Butlers were originally just mid-ranking staff in a wealthy household, but by the 18th century, butlers had become pretty much the head of the rich person's home. Their work really had no boundaries. It was all up to what their boss wanted. While the butler is traditionally defined as the chief male servant of a household, it's since come to include women, but over time, the job may actually have gotten harder. Butlers often have to work like assistants, completing household budgets, doing errands and grocery trips, scheduling appointments, and even taking over the boss's cell phone so they can disconnect without missing anything important. It's believed that the French invented the butler, but the Americans and their growing wealth invented the modern butler. Yes. Most butlers are employed in the USA, while butlers in the Middle East are becoming more common. As for who becomes butlers more often, British butlers are a favorite in pop culture, but in real life, it seems like Swiss butlers are the most likely to be successful. The International Guild of Professional Butlers, there is one, estimates that there is a few million professional butlers.
Call a baddie.
We gotta go that way anyway. We gotta push. I'm gonna push it. Hey, do you got your old caustic? I could toss my you can toss your old. About to toss it right now. I was just dude's right here. He's like one shot if I can hit him. He's raising right now. He shoot the air. He's right there raising. Raising his garage. He raised me about the dive. No.
One way to make memories.
Good luck, yeah. Last squad. I got stuff with me if you need it, bro. Exactly why I don't play Verizon. I suck with her.
I'm shooting up.
Butlers all over the world. There has been a steady increase of butlers in the last 30 years, with a surge during the 2010s. But what's a day in the life of a modern butler really like? Well, they're expected to be a well-rounded employee. Sometimes they may even double as a chef, valet, or bodyguard. They must have good management skills since they're often in charge of other household workers, and they've got to have a certain type of personality. They have to be patient, can't talk back unless they want to get fired, and they have to be very, very discreet. Butlers see things, lots of things, but they can't go blabbing to their friends or the tabloids. But this discretion and adherence to the rules and etiquette really does pay off. Some butlers get grandiose gifts for their loyalty, like one butler who received a Mercedes-Benz SL worth $100,000 on his 3-year work anniversary. Of course, butlers have to go somewhere to learn all these skills, since most aren't born knowing how to properly set a table. Thankfully, there are multiple academies all over the world that let them do just that. Before you can become a butler and settle into your employer's mansion somewhere, you've got to make sure you have the skills needed for the demanding career. It all starts with applying and paying for a course. The total cost of an 8-week butler training program in the US is about $15,000. At the British Butler Academy, you can start a course for $2,700. The most famous in the world to learn butling, and yes, that's actually a word, is the International Butler Academy, located in the historical city of Simpelveld, just south of the Netherlands. The academy spans 80,000 square feet and offers 135 rooms as a training ground. As the academy individuals learn the skills of first-class butling, house managing, and personal assisting, the academy is basically a castle, giving students the perfect environment to feel like they're serving the ultra-rich. It's also equipped with luxury tools like fine china and wine to help the students get accustomed to working with very expensive products. As for the academy's instructors, they all used to be butlers too. The academy not only gives them a place to pass on their knowledge, but also serves as a possible career trajectory when they get sick of working in private homes. As for the types of topics you can expect to cover in this course, there's everything from how to properly open and serve wine and champagne to how to properly pack your employer's bag for a trip. There are also specialized training.
Reckon we should head here.
Team coming up behind y'all. Team is coming up behind y'all.
Training courses at the Academy, which include interior yacht crew.
Of a miniature model and concept of a zero-emission energy money on diesel, but that doesn't mean operating this massive super yacht will be cheap. Far from it. Super yachts typically cost about 10% of the purchase price to operate per year. If that estimate is accurate, then that means that maintaining the Sino Aqua could cost as much as $65 million per year. The upkeep of the 590-foot super yacht Azam, which is owned by President Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan of the United Arab Emirates, is estimated to be about $60 million per year. So it's fair to say that the upkeep for the Sino Aqua would be comparable. Still, $65 million is a small price to pay for the peace of mind that comes from knowing that you're helping Mother Earth. The Sino Aqua could usher in a new age of environmentally friendly super yachts. It will take a huge crew to run the Sino Aqua, 31 people to be exact. A crew that large also comes at a hefty price. Paying all of those expensive salaries adds up quickly. The crew could cost $5 million or more. The Sino Aqua is not just a vessel that will take you from point A to point B. This super yacht is so impressive that it puts most mansions to shame. Just imagine being pampered on the Aqua. The Sino Aqua will look so graceful once it hits the open seas. The stunning exterior was designed to look like the flow of ocean swells, and the curved exterior lines and massive glass band windows make the Aqua look like something right out of a science fiction movie. It would be right at home on the Canto Bight Casino Planet from Star Wars: The Last Jedi. How many decks would be sufficient on a super yacht of this size? 3? 4? Nope. The Aqua will have 5 decks, each more impressive than the last. The billionaire playboy that purchases the Aqua can enjoy
It might look like a UFO, but this giant futuristic building is actually an entire campus dedicated to Apple. Known as Apple Park, the spaceship, or the ring, this $5 billion building was finally completed in 2017 and has room for 15,000 employees. Made to blur the line between inside and outside, the building is cooled with completely natural airflow, has huge 4-story tall glass doors that weigh 440,000 pounds each, and its own rooftop solar farms. There are also hidden secrets underground that only the mind of Steve Jobs could have come up with. So let's take a tour and see why Apple's mothership is the company's greatest innovation yet. When Steve Jobs came up with the idea for Apple Park in 2011, he wanted to make history.
And we would like to put a new campus on that.
Apple Park was envisioned as a hub for innovation. With a unique open concept, plenty of communal working places, and trees straight from natural parks, Jobs wanted to create a collaborative space where Apple's many workers could venture off for a walk in the park to clear their head and then slip back into the office to get back to brainstorming Apple's next big invention. Jobs pitched the idea to the Cupertino City Council in California in 2011. At the time, Apple's employees were spread across 100 different buildings. He wanted all of his best and brightest to work in one complex, which he referred to as a campus. The goal of this innovative park was to combine nature, sustainability, and technological advancement to create the future of office work. To start with, Apple bought an industrial park in Cupertino, about an hour away from San Francisco. Though it was largely covered by asphalt, it sat amongst man-made rolling hills. To get the ball rolling on development, Steve Jobs met with architect Norman Foster, a Pritzker Prize winner whose commissions have included the Berlin Riksdag, the Hong Kong Airport, and London's infamous Gherkin Tower. His architecture firm, Foster & Partners, decided to take on the unique project, and they came up.
We all know CEOs make a lot of money. They've climbed the company ladder to get the fancy office and dedicated parking spot. Or in some cases, their parents have handed the position over to them. That being said, being the CEO of the world's biggest company doesn't necessarily mean you're the highest paid. Jeff Bezos is known by many as the world's richest man, and he is. But his base salary as a CEO is only $81,840 per year. Today, Today, we're going to take a look at the world's highest paid CEOs, some of which may surprise you, and many of whom you may have never heard of. We'll take a look at their climb to the role as CEO and see exactly how much money they earn. Number 10. Shantanu Narayan. If you work in any creative field, chances are you're paying this man's salary every time you open the software on your computer. Shantanu Narayan is the current CEO of Adobe. In 2019, his total CEO compensation was $39.1 million. The annual company revenue is $11.2 billion, with a median employee salary of $147,115, which means the total CEO compensation is 266 times higher than that of the average employee's pay. So, how did he come to make so much money? He grew up in India and went on to earn a bachelor's degree in electronics and communication engineering. He moved to the United States of America to receive his MBA from the University of California, Berkeley, and quickly got started on his career, and man, did he hit it out of the park right away. Shantanu's first big job was at Apple. He moved on to work for Silicon Graphics as the director of desktop and collaboration products. After working for Silicon Graphics, he climbed the ranks until he accepted a job at Adobe in 1998 as Senior Vice President of Worldwide Product Research. His hard work paid off because he was promoted to CEO in late 2007. Under his guidance, Adobe rose to become a Fortune 400 company and has had an increase in revenue every year. There's not much details about Shantanu and his family. He's very private about his personal life, tries his best to keep out of the spotlight. Number 9. Bill McDermott. Bill McDermott is a CEO I honestly hadn't heard of before this list, which is rather surprising considering the circles I tend to run into. Although I must admit, I'm not huge in the tech scene, and Bill McDermott certainly is. As the CEO of software company ServiceNow, Bill's annual CEO compensation is $41.7 million, compared to the median employee salary of $223,544, which is actually the second highest amount on your list. That being said, ServiceNow makes